Good evening. It's March 7th, 2022, and this is a special meeting of council for a single matter tonight, which is a public hearing for 2511 McGregor Farm Road. So I am calling the meeting to order, and adoption of the agenda is the next item. And could I have the resolution please for that, Jennifer?
Be it resolved that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder? Pastumas and Horechko. All in favor? That's carried, and the agenda is adopted. The next item, and the only item, we actually have two of them tonight, but this is our public hearing. And it is file number BL 2021-14 of 2511 McGregor Farm Road. So if I can, please get you to read the preamble for all of the people that are here this evening to hear what the process is for a public hearing.
Council wishes to thank you for taking an interest in what is happening in your municipality by attending this evening. The purpose of these public hearings is to receive representations from the applicant and any persons who wish to make them concerning what is proposed. We will hear first from the applicant, then from those present who wish to make representations, starting with anyone who wants to speak in favor of the proposal, followed by those who are opposed to or object to the proposal. At the end of these other presentations, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond. If anyone intends to make a presentation for any of the hearings scheduled for this evening, please record your name and contact information on the appropriate sign-in sheet located at the desk as you enter the council chambers. Applicants must also sign in. If you haven't signed in, please do so now so you have an opportunity to speak to council. At the end of each presentation, the members of council may ask for clarification from the speaker on any fact or issue, but will not enter into a debate. Persons speaking must address the chair. If they have questions that they think the applicant should answer, they should raise them in their presentation to the chair. The applicants will have an opportunity to respond to questions when the other presentations are finished. If the hearing is not completed today, whether because we run out of time or further information is to be provided, then we will adjourn the hearing. If we adjourn, we will tell you at this hearing the date for the continued public hearing. There will be no other notice given of the date. Even if all the representations are completed today, we may not be making our decision today. Until our decision is made, there can be no further communication of any kind with councils or the members about the proposal. When council makes its decision, all the persons who made a representation at this hearing will be notified. Tonight we have the zoning bylaw amendment. If council decides to give a second reading to the bylaw, those who made objections at this public hearing will have an opportunity to file a second objection with the Red River Planning District. So if you want to have this opportunity, please make sure that you identify yourself as an objector.
Thank you. And if you bear with me for some additional information at large public hearings, I usually read out another document that gives a bit of context around public hearings. So we're aware that most people who attend council meetings for planning matters like the one here tonight are not completely familiar with how the planning process works. I want to spend a few moments providing some additional context so that you have a better understanding of the process and the requirements around the Manitoba Planning Act and our local bylaws. Any person can apply for a variance, conditional use, rezoning, or a subdivision as per the Manitoba Planning Act. By making the application with East St. Paul's Planning Authority, the Red River Planning District, this does not mean council has endorsed the matter, but is required to hear from the applicant and from those representatives that come to the public hearing to speak in favor, in opposition, or for more information. It is important to note that council is being presented with all the information at the same time as those in attendance here today. There are procedures council members must follow once an application is officially filed with the Red River Planning District until such time as the decision is made. Council members cannot speak with the applicant or any other person who may be seeking information or wants to speak in support or in opposition of the application. This guards against anyone influencing council members before the public hearing and ensures each member of council makes their decision based on the same information heard or presented by way of correspondence here this evening. Often residents are frustrated by not being able to speak to their elected officials once the application has been filed, but it is done so for these reasons. The Red River Planning District staff can, however, answer questions from the public. The Red River Planning District accepts applications from residents and developers who want to build houses, sheds, swimming pools, garages, decks, etc., and from those who want to subdivide their lands from one lot splits to larger developments. Red River Planning District staff are professional planners recognized by a professional association and are tasked with researching every application. Their work and recommendations to council is made based on a legal framework, not personal opinions. They review each application against the Manitoba Planning Act, our development plan, and our zoning bylaw. They also circulate the application to many other organizations that may be impacted, such as Manitoba Infrastructure, the Public Schools Finance Board, Sustainable Development, Gas, Hydro, and adjacent municipalities such as the City of Winnipeg, St. Clements, and Springfield, just to name a few. They do this to determine if the application meets all the legal requirements. At public hearings, councils hear from many delegations and will be ultimately deciding if the application is a fit for the community and if it will be approved. We consider both the legal requirements the planner has researched as well as the feedback from the community. Before our first public hearing this evening, the CEO read out the document which explains the purpose and conduct at the public hearing. We'll first hear from the applicant and then from those who have registered to speak in favor, followed by those opposed, and then from those who registered for information. At the end of these presentations, the applicant will have the opportunity to respond to what they heard from the speakers. We have many people here who've taken the time to come out and have registered to speak, and it's our goal to hear from each and every one of you here this evening. I would ask each person to be as concise as possible in their comments and restrict those comments only to the application before us this evening. If your position or the information that you want to share with council is the same as other speakers who have spoken before you, you can indicate this by identifying the key points of your agreement or your opposition. Lastly, we want to provide a respectful setting for all who wish to be heard here tonight, regardless of their position on the matter. Interruptions, heckling, applause, or any kind of disruptive or intimidating behavior is not welcome. Anyone who behaves in this manner will be asked to leave the council chambers. I would also request that you refrain from side conversations. They can be disruptive to the proceedings, especially with a lot of people in council chambers tonight. Please feel free to enter and exit council chambers as need be. Please do so as quietly as possible. Audio and video recordings of the meeting proceedings are not permitted. And as a final reminder, please put all your personal devices on silent. And with these comments, I would ask the CEO to read the resolution to open the public hearing.
Be it resolved that council open the public hearing of council for file number BL 2021-14, 2511 McGregor Farm Road.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Duval, seconded by Devlin. Discussion?
We have no sound on Zoom.
No sound on Zoom.
We just got a text. Maybe it's one person.
Okay, we have the resolution on the floor. We have a mover and we have a seconder. Call for the question. All in favor? Carried. The public hearing is open. I will now turn the floor over to Mr. Derek Eno of Red River Planning, and he is going to walk us through the application. Mr. Eno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To share my screen with those who are on Zoom with us tonight.
Derek, I think you're going to have to move that mic closer.
Bit close to me?
People will give me the
Okay.
ear in the back.
That's a little bit better. Okay. So council, I'm just going to walk you through the application that was submitted to the River Planning District office. The application, as you noted, is zoning bylaw amendment number 2021 of 14. It does involve a property on McGregor Farm Road at 2511. And the proposal is really twofold. There's two parts to this. The first part is that the applicant's proposing to include two new zones into your zoning bylaw, the R125 and the RM60 zone. And then the second part of this application is to rezone the lands to the R125, the RM60 zones, as well as an existing zone that's already in your zoning bylaw, the commercial highway zone. So the first part is including that we talked about. This is just a screenshot taken from the bylaw that the applicant has prepared here. So the first zone is the R125 single housing dwelling zone that they're proposing. It would be to allow for single homes as well as two housing dwellings, duplexes, with a proposed site area of 2,750 square feet with a site width of 25 feet in width. There are more details in the document information that's out in front of you. This is just a quick little synopsis of the zone. The second zone is the RM60 multiple housing dwelling zone. This is for multifamily uses, as well as you can see there are also a couple of commercial types of uses that would be allowed. In a building that has both of those types of uses, commercial would be on the ground floor with apartments up above. And as you can see from the bulk regulations, there is no minimum site area. Site width minimums is 80 feet. There is a building height maximum of 75 feet, as well as a dwelling unit area minimum of 350 square feet in size. So the second part of the application, as I noted, is to rezone the subject lands to these various different zones. So we're talking about 2511 McGregor Farm Road, the old golf course there. And here is the map that shows you how the land is going to be split up between the new zones, with the commercial highway to the front, where along McGregor Farm and Lagimodier, and then moving into multifamily, then single family, and then a little snippet of multifamily and single family again further to the east. So when we review these applications, we review them in accordance with the Planning Act, which outlines that zoning bylaws and subsequently their amendments must be generally consistent with the development plan. And as you noted, Madam Mayor, that's all we review these by. Just one piece of information there, one scope of information. So in terms of new residential zones, I should note that the subject property is designated as general development within the development plan, which allows for the establishment of residential neighborhoods with ancillary types of uses like neighborhood commercial, institutional uses, whether they're places of worship or schools, that sort of thing. So the general development does allow for a range of different residential development types, whether it's single family or multifamily. And including additional zones would increase the range of options in your zoning bylaw, and that would conform or be supported by the development plan policy. Just to bear in mind, all I'm talking about is just the inclusion of new zones, not necessarily the bulk regulations of maximum heights or setbacks or that sort of thing. That's really up to council to determine if those are appropriate for your municipality. This is just based on the fact that the general development designation does allow for a range of different types of residential uses. Another aspect to look at in the development plan is that the general development designation is meant to facilitate new residential neighborhoods where centralized sewer services are either available or planned. So the municipality has informed our office that they don't have any plans for this area, and there are no pipes, as well as their current sewer capacity is at capacity and can't accommodate any additional development at this time. Likewise, the applicant in their application has not provided any plans or how servicing can be accommodated. So with that limited information, we're suggesting that rezoning and development of the land may not be appropriate at this time, because it goes against the principle of this general development designation, where there does have to be either centralized sewer systems available or planned. Another policy area of the development plan appropriate at the rezoning stage is talking about conflicting land uses. The general development policies outline that land uses must be compatible with one another. The rezoning application, as we've noted, is including rezoning the property to single family, multifamily, and commercial uses, all which will be abutting on the subject property. as well as there's adjacent land uses to the north and south, which are rural residential uses. And sometimes those can be conflicting if not properly mitigated. But there is a tool that's available to council should you wish to approve this. You could address land uses or land use conflicts, whether they're real or potential, through a development agreement. You can address them through requiring site development requirements, buffering between land uses, design guidelines, those types of things. You see that in other municipalities. So including a development agreement as a condition of approval, should you wish to approve this, that would be in adherence to the development plan policy as trying to alleviate any conflicting land uses. There's some other items that aren't necessarily policy related that we want to bring to your attention. The applicant's rezoning map that they originally provided for did not include any dimensions to determine the extent of each zoning areas. And without dimensions, it's difficult for our office as well as your staff at the municipality to determine where the exact extent of those zones are. That relates to future building permits. Are they going to be fully within one of the zones or just a bit outside or on one of the boundaries? So that is a concern that we have. I should note that the applicant, I understand last week submitted some additional information and addendum to their original application, which I believe you've been provided copies of. And in there, they did indicate that the dimensions would be refined at the subdivision stage of approval, but they also did provide a map that does show some of the dimensions outlined on there. So that's just a little bit more additional information from the original application for your consideration. Another item of concern that we noted is that the applicant didn't include a maximum residential density requirements with the zone description or a maximum number of units per acre as our office is familiar with seeing, and I think as council has traditionally seen. Without a maximum number of units that a zone allows for, this makes it difficult to calculate the number of potential dwelling units that could be developed on the subject property, as well as to guess or plan for the potential impacts, whether that's for your administration trying to determine how many units they're going to need in terms of equipment for snow clearing or garbage pickup or even upgrades to pipes and roads, that sort of thing. So without a maximum density, our office believes that the application appears to be incomplete. That being said, the applicant has clarified for us that they have noticed some limitations within the zone that do limit density, those being sites requirements, building height maximums, as well as the dwelling unit minimums that are in the zone description. So just based on the information that we were provided in the application, it appears to us that the application is not consistent with some key portions of the development plan, namely that being a plan for servicing, as well as it's missing some key information that we are accustomed to seeing. And therefore, based on that, we're recommending that the application not be approved. Should council have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you, Mayor.
Council, any questions for the plan? Great, none. Great, tradition. We do hear from those in favor first, but first we also give the applicant the opportunity to make their presentation. We have Michelle Richard Michelle, are you the person presenting tonight on behalf of the applicant?
Mayor Hart.
Yeah, come up to please, the podium. I just have you here as presenting.
Yes, I will be presenting, but it will be the speaker before me, if that's okay.
And who's the speaker
From the trust.
Getting some feedback there, Jen.
Yeah, they're just turn off the
So
device.
we do have some members from the Kansas Real Estate Trust that we would like to introduce the item. And then I will be speaking, and then Andrew Marcus will be speaking, and then the engineers.
Okay, so you have a team effort. Okay,
That's okay.
yeah, we just need everybody who is speaking to sign in. We have not done so at this point. I don't think so. Maybe they have. What's the names of all the people, Michelle? Did you gentlemen sign in?
Yes, Mayor.
Is everybody that's speaking signed in?
Yeah, if you say. Yeah, so I believe we've all signed it.
Okay, except that they're not signed in as people presenting, so I don't know who they are. That's why I'm trying to identify who they are so I can.
Sure.
Good evening.
Who will be speaking will be Greg Stevenson.
Greg is the chair of the Pecos First Nation Real Estate Trust. And obviously Michelle Richard and myself, Marcus, and Jeff Bell from Freezing Drillers. And online will be Dave Suzik from Infocor Consulting Group.
So, sorry, who's from Freeze and Driller?
Mr. Jeff Bell. Bell.
Bell, okay.
Dave,
Has Mr. Bell signed in? Is he online or is he in council chambers? Did you sign in? Did you sign in support? Okay, thank you. But you're presenting on behalf of the application? And I missed the last name after Jeff Bell, sorry.
Dave Stuzik, Stusk, and I believe Mr. Stuzik is on Zoom.
Yes, he is, yeah, okay. Great. So do you have a preferred order that you want to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Greg Stevenson will start first and have some introductions. Michelle Richards, myself, and then Mr. Stuzik. And then Mr. Bell.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Have a presentation that we would like to. Is it okay if the present's off?
Yeah, when you're speaking, you can have the masks off, yeah. I believe that, Jennifer, is that the rule in the chambers? Yeah.
Like this.
Mr. Stevenson, would you just repeat the who you're representing again?
Pecos Real Estate Trust.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, the floor is yours.
Sure. As I start off by acknowledging that we are gathered on ancestral and traditional territories of Anishinaabe, Cree, Dakota, the Indian people, and Walking land. And we respect and honor the spirit of our ancestors and the vision they had and embracing a long lasting relationship for our children and grandchildren. I'd like to introduce myself, Greg Stevenson, trust member, also my other colleagues, Candace McCorster, Bill Spence, Brian McCorster, and Sheena Walker, all other trustees of the Pecos Real Estate Trust. Our long-term economic development is to create real estate-related investment that creates opportunities that benefits the Pecos for future generations. which is Meadows. We'd love to work together with the RM of East St. Paul and the province of Manitoba and federal government of Canada. Utilizing these investments to increase employment with Pegasus members where the opportunity is. You, we'll introduce Michelle. Take it over.
Sound is bad. Sound.
Thank you, Greg. I would also like to thank the trust members that are here this evening. And I would certainly like to thank East St. Paul Council for the opportunity to be presenting to you this evening. And just a quick gracious thank you to your administration, as well as our River Planning District for all their assistance over the last while. I would like to spend a moment to outline how we would like to present this evening, and I think we sort of covered that off already. So I'll start, then Andrew Marcus will jump in. Jeff Bell and Dave Stuzik will close us off in terms of our presentation. Your time is valuable, and we want to be as focused as possible on providing you the information you need to make a decision this evening. For the benefit of everyone, there was some confusion that came to our attention through the community engagement process. Just to clear up any misunderstandings, they're here this evening to seek your approval on rezoning only. Peguis First Nation Real Estate Trust has instructed Richard Winthrop to pursue rezoning of the Meadows Golf Course. This rezoning, if approved, will change what the land can be used for, but does not deal with specific issues such as housing counts, lot sizes, streets, or how services will be dealt with, or what the developer contributions will be expected. These are very important issues and are dealt with in the next stage, being the subdivision approval process. I'll dive into considerable detail on the process throughout the presentation, but I felt it was necessary to set the stage with clearing up any confusion about where we are at. Richard Winthrop was retained by the Peguis First Nation Real Estate Trust to provide urban planning and community engagement services. We are a team of registered professionals who have several similar projects and community engagements under our belt. Our job is to manage the development approval process, and a major part of that is engaging with all of you, including council. Our approach is on a step-by-step basis to work towards development approvals, and in this case, the development approval that has us here this evening is to rezone the site. As part of any planning project we're involved with, we consult with the community at each step in the process. For this project, we held 2 virtual houses with over 200 participants. The community was notified through a mail-out flyer that went to all residents in the municipality. The presentations and the responses to some of the questions that we have received have been uploaded to the project website at www.meadowsredevelopment.com. For this loop of engagement, we focused on seeking ideas, issues, and perspectives on changing the use of the land from a golf course to a residential community. If the rezoning is successful, we will plan to hold future community engagement events as part of the subdivision approval process. It is here that we'll want to seek input on items such as density, lot sizes, housing types, site design, and municipal services. The trust is committed to open communications and dialogue with the community and the RM in order to ensure complete collaboration throughout this extensive process. We were advised by Red River Planning District and the St. Paul administration that due to a moratorium on current development, we were only to pursue rezoning at this time, which is the basis of our application. And you can see that we have complied with that. As you are all likely aware, the site is located adjacent to 59. But for tonight, we just wanted to ensure that everybody has a good understanding from an aerial perspective of where the site is in proximity to other neighborhoods in East St. Paul. As stated by Red River Planning District, the general development designation in the development plan allows for a range of residential development, including single-family homes and multifamily. What is happening now is to align to the development plan designation, or in other words, rezone the land primarily for residential development and secondarily for commercial development. As you are aware, the rezoning does not approve any development. If successfully rezoned, the next process is a subdivision. Just for clarity again, this process in no way commits anything actually associated with development plan or its requirements. It is simply to rezone this specific plot of land which aligns with the Red River Planning District Development Plan. So we are specifically asking to do, we are putting in front of you 2 text amendments to the zoning bylaw to your single family and to a new zone called RM60, as Mr. Eno pointed out. We are also seeking to rezone a component of the site to commercial. As Mr. Eno stated, we did submit a dimensioned map, which I think is something that you're more familiar with. And in terms of the zone description, we felt quite comfortable with the description in it. And we believe that it does provide the basis for you to make decisions into a future process, being the subdivision process. The trust understands that if the site is rezoned, that the next step will be an entirely new process with council, East St. Paul administration, and the community to discuss critically important issues such as the level of density, how density is spatially allocated, and how that density will be serviced. The subdivision process includes the creation of a site plan in which there is a layout of new lots and indicates specific measurements. Ultimately, East St. Paul and the applicant will conclude this process with a development agreement. Today is about rezoning. If you approve this rezoning, the trust is committed to advancing a traditional development process with East St. Paul that would include extensive consultation and collaboration. This is the trust's preferred option for the repatriated land in order to create long-term economic engine for Peguis First Nation and its members. However, if we are not successful with the rezoning, we will commence the conversion process, which will lead to an autonomous community designated as an urban reserve. Like all traditional landowners, the purchase of the repatriated land has been retained as a traditional investment and will be developed. Based on previous conversion experiences and knowledge, we believe that this would be an autonomous community where there would not be a requirement to enter into a municipal services and development agreement with the RM. Now I'm going to ask Andrew Marcus to come forward.
As I mentioned before, good evening, Mayor Hart and Council, and everyone that is here. Normally, as Michelle mentioned, that in the subdivision process, there would probably be greater emphasis placed on servicing. But as Mr. Eno had mentioned, there was some commentary around servicing or a lack thereof from a plan's perspective, and how it would affect the development. So the trust and the team felt it would be instructive if we have a general conversation about servicing, even though it's probably a bit premature. We haven't had significant discussions. In fact, they've been very general with East St. Paul's administration on this as well too. So truly preliminary, but I mean, in the interest of making sure everyone understood what was the plan from the trust point of view, that we would move forward and speak generally to servicing. So tonight we're going to have a presentation that's going to talk about 3 topics as it relates to servicing. As Greg Stevenson, the chair of the trust, had mentioned, that one of the things that the trust is really interested in is looking at creating its own utility to service this particular development. There's another 2 options that once that utility is up and running, there's a potential that you could certainly offer water and wastewater services to adjacent landowners next to the middle site.
And then there's a bigger opportunity where we could essentially talk with East St. Paul on addressing some of the challenges that East St. Paul is facing with their current municipal infrastructure, which is giving rise potentially to the moratorium on development. The consultants that will be speaking tonight are on behalf of Douglas First Nation Real Estate Trust, or Mr. Dave Stuzik from Report Consulting, and Mr. Jeff Bell from Reverse. As mentioned previously, Mr. Stuzik will be on Zoom giving his presentation. Mr. Bell is Chambers. Mr. Stuzik is going to speak about the wastewater portion of the real estate trust utility and speak briefly about East St. Paul's utility. Mr. Bell is going to talk about the water aspect of Douglas utility and of the East St. Paul utility. Just the point is that the majority of this information provided by Mr. Bell is just Stuzik has been sourced from public records, East St. Paul material, or consultants that have been working on behalf of East St. Paul. So certainly from the date that the real estate trust was able to purchase the project, there were plans that were being worked on as it related to creating its own utility to serve the water and wastewater requirements of the future development. Obviously, the development options have been laid before me by Michelle Richards in her presentation, but essentially just to reiterate again, it would be a traditional development. When I use the words traditional, it would be any other development process where a landowner buys the land, services the land, and then ultimately sells the lots for development purposes. In this case, given the uniqueness of the ownership here being the Douglas First Nation Real Estate Trust, there's also an option here that to create an urban reserve with the land. Given though that the mandate really of the trust was to develop the meadow site, certainly a servicing solution was required. And that is why Mr. Stuzik, Mr. Bell, and others have been hired to provide technical expertise to guide it through the process of designing a utility and the required approval processes. And this is at an extremely high level. Obviously, there is many layers that would go into this, but we thought just for everyone's edification that there be some clarity. Essentially, if this land, hopefully, if approval can be garnered from a rezoning point of view, and ultimately through the subdivision process, that there can be an agreement on what type of plan would be acceptable to the hearing body here today and to the public, and moving forward as we get to that point. We would have a piece of land that would be looking like a traditional development. Utility then would be on site, would provide water to a water treatment plant, which would be the potable water used by the homeowners and businesses in the development. Wastewater treatment plant would be built, satisfying the wastewater requirements. All the deep utility pipes would be the responsibility of the trust utility to operate and maintain. Homeowners at this particular development would pay a fee for the water and wastewater services to the real estate trust utility. The utility would be governed by all normal regulatory requirements and processes as other utilities are subject to in Manitoba. If the trust is pursuing the path of urban reserve creation, essentially the utility would provide similar services to the reserve. Obviously, for the homes that would be there, it would be all the water and to the businesses. Obviously, the wastewater treatment plant would serve the same function as it would in the traditional development sense. The utility pipes would be the responsibility of the utility, but that would be worked out between the utility and Douglas First Nation. One of the interesting aspects of this is that certainly with the First Nation's ability to have an entity that would own its own water and wastewater treatment plant, in the master development servicing agreement that is normally accompanying reserve creation process, would not be required in this case for municipal services as it relates to water and wastewater. And given the capabilities of Pigwas First Nation, when you look at it from a general sense, at least at first glance, and with the little bit of work that we've done into it, most of the general services would probably not be required from East St. Paul. So essentially, and I think that gives a little more definition to what Michelle was speaking to about essentially having an autonomous community here. So the opportunities that arise, given that, first of all, being on the east side of Highway 59, and Mr. Stuzik is going to go through this really briefly and give an illustration and a map and explain this more fully. But essentially, the utility could offer piped water and wastewater services to adjacent landowners to the meadows, certainly to the landowners to the north and south. Currently, as we understand it, these landowners don't have the benefit of a full range of municipal water and wastewater services from East St. Paul. And the other opportunity that I mentioned was that I think there are opportunities between the trust and East St. Paul. If we could sit down and discuss ways that potentially the trust could help solve some of the challenges associated with the raw water supply and the obsolescence of the wastewater treatment plant. The trust is willing to sit down with the people at East St. Paul, mayor, council, and with the administration to discuss opportunities in potentially whether it's a subdivision approval process, obviously before that process, during that process, whenever is the appropriate time from East St. Paul's point of view. Certainly the trust would be willing to sit down and try to work together for the benefit of all, including this development and for East St. Paul generally. And obviously, hopefully we can do that if we can have a successful conclusion this evening to this application. I'll be available for questions afterwards, and I really, truly appreciate you taking the time to listen to the presentation tonight. I know your time is valuable. Thank you. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Stuzik. I know, Dave, you're on Zoom, so whenever you want to jump in, Dave.
Let's give our staff an opportunity to link Mr. Stuzik in. Jennifer, I was seeing some comments.
We're working on that.
Okay. It hasn't been resolved yet.
I believe we have it fixed now.
Has been? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. See, is
Good evening.
Mr. Stuzik up on the
Yes.
form?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Will do. The Meadows redevelopment is proposed to be serviced by a new water and wastewater utility owned by Pigwas First Nation Real Estate Trust. The setup of this utility requires planning and cooperation between the trust, federal, and provincial authorities. Financing will be required. This is understood by the trust. The goal is a financially viable operation with training and employment opportunities. The compact service area of the Meadows will assist with financial viability in the long term. A well field source of groundwater and a wastewater treatment plant are technologically feasible at the site. A utility corporation and professional staff will be dedicated to meeting all drinking water quality requirements. And likewise, staff will be dedicated to meeting all wastewater effluent quality standards and environmental reporting. The new utility will be destined to be a good neighbor. We anticipate that a master agreement for fire water support to the RM being negotiated. The customer experience, the end user, will experience metered water service, monthly billing, and system repairs, just like any municipal service anywhere in Canada. Next slide, please, Chris. If you can see a map of the RM water and wastewater utilities, I can't see it, but I assume you can. This is an excellent resource produced by the RM. There's a lot of lines indicating water lines and sewer lines on this map, but for the purpose of just describing the system overall, I'm going to focus on just the shading of the areas. The yellow shaded areas are serviced by wastewater. The blue areas have water and wastewater services, and there's a couple of pink areas on the map that have only water service. The majority of the rest of the RM is shaded in green to indicate that if the lots have any service at all, they're only by well and private septic. The western 2/3 of the proposed Meadows redevelopment site are sketched onto the map in a bold dashed line in the lower right-hand corner of the plan. Looking at the Meadows and the remainder of the RM area east of Lagimodiere, you can see that it is not serviced by either water or wastewater, with the exception of the Wenzel water treatment plant. Noting that the water and wastewater systems have somewhat overlapping, but also different areas, we realize that there are 4 distinct populations in East St. Paul. There's the East St. Paul in the Plan 2050 draft is listed as 10,106 residents. East St. Paul water services are extended to 1,236 service connections, which reflects an approximate population of 3,200 to 4,000 people. East St. Paul wastewater treatment serves 2,500 equivalent residential units, reflecting an approximate population of 8,000 people. From this, we can surmise that approximately 35 to 40% of residents are serviced by municipal water, and approximately 80% of residents are serviced by municipal wastewater connections. This leaves approximately 60% of residents without municipal water service and 20% of residents without wastewater service. Clearly, there are challenges to servicing the RM that the development team would like to discuss with related RM departments. Just a bit of a wastewater system overview. The wastewater system is essentially a gravity collection sewer system where mains are connected to lot services and via gravity conduct the flow to the sewage treatment plant. As the system is gravity, it relies on slope. And given that the area of topography is very flat, as we all know, there are 5 sewage lift stations that assist flows in getting to the plant and the treatment facilities. Discharge of the treated effluent from the sewage treatment plant to the Red River is approximately 650 meters west of the plant. Next slide, please, Chris. This next slide just shows some general parameters of the existing sewage treatment plant. Notes that it has been deemed to be nearing the end of its expected lifespan, and that an expansion is essentially designed and approved. We understand that the plant is also operating at near capacity, providing service to between 7,500 and 8,000 residents, as mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. The proposed sewage treatment plant is designed to treat for a capacity of 6,300 ERUs or equivalent residential units. And that is equivalent to servicing 20,160 people. We understand that the plant is awaiting a funding and approval through a federal infrastructure program, ICIP, and we anticipate that the newly constructed plant will require additional connections to be financially viable. Additionally, we note that as far as a relation of order of magnitude, that the Meadows redevelopment contributing population at build-out would represent approximately 25% of total plant capacity should it be connected in future. Next slide, please, Chris. So this slide shows a service area for the Peguis First Nation Real Estate Trust owned utility to service the Meadows redevelopment. This shows the East St. Paul utilities map, plus highlights the areas of East Lagimodiere, north of the perimeter highway, and highlights the Meadows redevelopment area. In phase one of this scenario, new development funded collection sewers would be constructed within the future Meadows subdivision. A new development funded sewage treatment plant capable of providing treatment to provincial standards would also be constructed. The plant would have an operations team as employed by the utility. The treated effluent from the plant would be suitable for release to the environment and directed to the Red River via routes as negotiated with the province. Looking down the road, it may be deemed logical for this potential plant to provide sewage service to more of the surrounding area. This would potentially include adjacent and other lands east of Lagimodiere. Treatment plant capacity would be expanded as phase two to meet the need of the newly defined service area. There would be an early stage master level study as listed under requirements in the lower right-hand corner that would examine this possibility and look at current and future land uses and forecast populations in the area. The formation of a new utility would follow a provincially prescribed path. Plant approvals would be Manitoba Water Conservation, Environmental Assessment, and Licensing Branch responsibility. Annual reports would be submitted in the normal course of operation to Water Conservation. Financial operations as a utility would fall under the Public Utility Board rules. Operations would be by trained and certified operators who would be full-time utility staff. A billing, complaints, and maintenance system would be set up to integrate closely with all affected East St. Paul departments from planning to building permits to operations. And again, there's a list of high-level studies that would be required to satisfy this vision in the lower right-hand corner of the slide. Next slide, please, Chris. This slide represents a slightly more standard municipal wastewater servicing approach, whereby on-site infrastructure connects to off-site existing municipal infrastructure. In this scenario, the development's wastewater is contributing to the, at that point, newly upgraded East St. Paul sewage treatment plant. In this scenario, just as in the previous one, on-site wastewater sewers would collect Meadows development flows. The on-site flows would ultimately connect to an on-site lift station. The on-site lift station would connect these flows to an existing sewer connection point on the west side of Lagimodiere via a force main. There's a magenta line that traces a path that's a potential. Existing sewer capacity and lift station capacity west of Lagimodiere would need to be assessed, and any required improvements down the line to the plant would need to be constructed. This servicing scenario would help to contribute to a more fully utilized East St. Paul sewage treatment plant. Next slide, please, Chris. So this slide just summarizes some of the key concepts that we discussed over the last few minutes on the wastewater side. The current sewer treatment plant serves approximately 80% of current East St. Paul population, but is nearing the end of its life. A new plant is designed and funding has been applied for. Peguis First Nation Real Estate Trust will develop an on-site utility to serve the needs of the development and potentially adjacent developments. Opportunities exist for servicing discussions between the Trust and East St. Paul going forward. Thank you. Andrew? Sorry, Jeff?
If I could get Mr. Jeff Bell.
Thanks. Before Mr. Stuzik departs, council, do you have any questions for Mr. Stuzik? Okay, go ahead, please, Mr. Rush.
Okay, thanks for having us out. My name is Jeff Bell. I'm a hydrogeologist with Freeze and Drillers, Simac. We're a 130-year-old company. We do a lot of water supply projects across the province. And I've been a hydrogeologist for about 25 years. I'll start off by saying all the information that we've obtained or that we're going to talk about here today, that's available in the public sector. So either through the Manitoba Environmental Registry's websites or the province's water rights licensing databases and things like that. So I'll just talk about sort of in order of discussion there. The Meadows well, there is a well on site already that's existing. It's been around about 20 years. Some public details about the RMV St. Paul's, water supplies that they have available, and just a summary. So a very quick conversation with them. So next slide, please. So currently, right now, as of a couple of weeks ago, the RM has licenses for 4 allocations from the various aquifers in the RMV St. Paul. One of those actually allocations is in the Arm of Springfield, or 2 of them, I believe, in the Arm of Springfield. So in order of completion, I guess the Oasis Road, there's a sand and gravel set of water wells that's up by the ski hill there. That's the Oasis Road, the first allocation. That's 358 cubic dams a year. The Oasis Road, the second well that's there, has 195 cubic dams a year. The next one that was put online was the Wenzel Road allocation, which is 612 cubic dams a year. And then the final one that came online in 2012 in terms of the license was the Bray Road well, which is north of the town here at 700 cubic dams a year. So a total license capacity from the province of just under 1,900 cubic dams a year. The actual usage that's been reported to the province, so everybody that has an allocation of groundwater in terms of licenses that they supply to the province has to report those annually to the province through the terms of their license. The province is pretty serious about collecting that data usually. St. Paul for the last number of years is reporting anywhere from 300 to 350 cubic dams a year. So in terms of what the province would see, the allocation that's being used is about 19% of their license capacity right now. There are a couple of details on that. The Oasis Road shallow wells, there's no reported allocation for that for the last year or 2 at least. And the Bray Road has never had an allocation removed from it in 10 years. So that if you remove those 2 license allocations, East St. Paul is still at about 43% of what their current allocation is from the province. So next slide. On the site of the former Meadows facility in 2002, I believe, it was a 12-inch well that was drilled after a number of test holes that were drilled on the site. That well was designed for irrigation. It's a very high capacity well, but in the terms of the licensing requirements at the time, it was only tested for a brief period of time. That well actually, I think, went online before most of the RM's other wells went online. So things were a little different then. That was 20 years ago. There is a substantial capacity in that, but it would need to be tested again to just confirm what the impacts would be. And that testing would be fairly standard for what would be done in any water supply. Next slide, please. So just, yeah, an overview there in terms of the sand and gravel wells at the Oasis Road haven't reported an allocation in the last number of years. So it's assumed that those are out of use. The 2 main supply wells coming from the carbon aquifer in the area are the Oasis Road site. That's actually technically located in the Arm of Springfield. And then the Wenzel Road site is the second biggest allocation that the Arm currently has. The Bray Road well site, again, I don't believe it's ever been mechanized. I don't believe there's a pump installed. So that's that has never reported a usage. So next slide. So just in terms of a licensing capacity, this is the way the province would look at this. The allocation that they have currently held right now is either about 20% or 43% or so, depending on which licenses you choose to look at. Appears that they have some additional capacity in terms of the allocation that's available. The Meadows well would provide some additional capacity to that. It has it's a fairly strong well, so it certainly has the technical capacity to supply the lands that are being proposed here. There is actually an existing water rights license on that allocation at the Meadows site as well. So obviously, if we link all of these fairly strong wells and licenses and things like that together, there's a fairly large capacity for collaboration with everybody to be happy with terms of the allocation. So I think that's the next slide, and I think that's it. So I can take any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Any questions? So one question, I'm not sure who to direct this to as the applicant. This information is new to council tonight. Did you provide printed copies by any chance of all the slides that have been here tonight?
There are just a few, but certainly you will need to pass them on.
Of everybody's presentation, right from, yeah, okay. All right. You don't have to pull them out right now. I just wondered if you had,
I heard you one, sorry.
okay. Thank you.
So those values that I gave were actually the values that the RM reports to the province. So that's where those numbers would have come from. So, thank you.
Thank you. Don't have to worry about the copies right now, just so if we can have them.
Here we go.
We have
That
to
one now.
direct our attention here tonight, so as soon as you give us the copies, we can have them for later for reference on them. Right,
And there are just one quick summary slide, if I may.
yeah, go ahead.
So just to close off this servicing presentation, as mentioned, there was some commentary about potentially a lack of a servicing plan. We're trying to provide information first and foremost to mayor and council here of East St. Paul. Certainly the trust is very, very committed to moving forward with their utility to serve the Meadow site, whichever development option is ultimately chosen. I think most importantly, though, there are opportunities where we could certainly sit down and in a collaborative sense, work through some of the potential challenges. We really don't know what they are, as I mentioned, in that we haven't had an opportunity to sit down with the administration of East St. Paul and discuss it. As to your comment, Mayor Hart, this is all just publicly available information. So certainly the ability to sit down and discuss what these raw numbers mean would be really beneficial from our side and potentially benefit to East St. Paul at all. But again, really thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, now I know we had a number of presenters but I will ask any member of council have any questions for any of the presenters before we move on? Yeah, Councillor Devlin.
Michelle Richards could come back up.
Oh, sure.
Hi. Hi. I can appreciate that the application is for rezoning tonight. Can you let me know why you chose to rezone to R25? Because as you know, our lots are generally large in size and it does make the public eyes open up. And I can understand that you're probably rezoning it to a max, like to the minimum. So it's not the intent if you applied for a subdivision to have all these lots at 25 feet wide. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so can you maybe give us an overview of what we might see, just as out of curiosity?
I think that the intention of the text amendment was to be as flexible as possible in introducing some new regulations to guide what ultimately would be reflected there is a smaller lot. But that certainly, like you said, is not the intention or should not be completely exclusive. And so what we're hoping is that through the next process, we'll really be able to determine and refine what your expectations are in terms of what those lot size looks like through the subdivision development approval process.
Great, thank you. But I guess from a community perspective or from a council perspective, we look at a rezoning of R25. And if we did approve R25, then you do have the ability to make all the lots R25 in subdivision.
I don't believe that we would necessarily. I mean, the objective and the intention would be through working through the site plan process and providing a broad spectrum of housing choices. Certainly, I think in terms of your decision-making, I would be, I think, in a position to speak for the trust in indicating that they would give you those assurances.
Because usually you see, a large parcel of land being developed in different zones of, could be R17, could be, so that there's a variety, so that council community knows that when the subdivision does come forward, that there is a variety of housing opposed to just having the ability to make it all R25.
Again, I am certain that there could be a path forward on that matter to provide you with some assurances. I'm not entirely sure what mechanism might be available or tool, with the exception of saying that, in terms of the next process, you are completely in the driver's seat in terms of determining the scale of density. So certainly, I don't think it's practical to assume, or would be market aligned to assume, that there would be an intention to have, a development that fits specifically within that zoning category. It just wouldn't make much sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So any other questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Deville.
Yes,
Is this for Michelle?
yes.
Michelle?
Sorry, Michelle, I'm a little slow on the draw here. Further to Councillor Devlin's question, there is a plan that is available on the Richard Win.
I'm getting a couple of ears from the audience. Maybe use the microphone and
Sorry.
a little bit. Yeah.
There is a detailed plan that's available on Richard Winthrop website, which shows in close detail all of the lot designs. Now, this wasn't included in the package of information that was provided to us, which is kind of unusual. But is this indicative of a possible plan?
Just to provide a bit of context for you, we would prefer to come forward with a subdivision rezoning process that you would have normally seen that type of information being provided as part of it. But this process isn't that. So what we're here tonight to focus on is the contemplation of the use of the land. It's the next process that really would define the parameters as to what will actually happen on that land in terms of unit counts, lot sizes, all of those types of things. But what we were showing there, which I think did provide some confusion through the community engagement process, was the possibilities of a complete community, to provide visuals as to what that might look like. But in saying that, and to reinforce this, the next part of the process is one that requires extensive discussions with your staff, as well as Red River Planning District, to make sure that whatever's coming forward is going to meet your expectations. And on that point, you are the authority to make those decisions in terms of subdivision.
Now, that lot plan on there, obviously it takes some time and a lot of effort to generate it. So it must have some intention as a possibility, and it shows the lot sizes possible with these two new zoning proposals, correct?
Yeah, it shows a concept plan for sure.
Right, so it is a possible plan to be presented.
I wouldn't suggest that. And I want to be really clear on this, that this process is it's an odd, unusual process to have the rezoning and then the subdivision go afterwards. But I think that the trust has been consistent. We've been consistent in indicating that it is our intention to collaborate and to work with all stakeholders, including council, on a subdivision plan that makes sense for everyone. And that can support a full range of municipal services, which becomes, an imperative, as Mr. Eno pointed out.
Thank you.
So for my clarification, I don't know how you separate the possibility of the land use from the next stage of subdivision discussions. Because if it is zoned to a particular zone, whatever that zone is, that is generally the approval to conduct the kind of building on that site commensurate with the zoning of R60. So I don't know how you separate that and say that council would have the, I'll say, authority and full control in the subdivision phase if the lands are already zoned at RM60. So maybe if you could clarify that for me, what you mean by that.
Sure. I'll kind of take an approach here a couple ways. So in terms of what would ultimately come out of the subdivision process, there's so many factors that go into that. So certainly market becomes a kind of core factor. And in terms of what the community wants, and I'm speaking about the broadest terms of community, is options in terms of lot sizes. So I certainly do not think that the intention, and nor would it even be reflected in the site plan that was conceptually brought forward, would indicate that that is the case. That's not the case. And then the second part of it is that it would have been our preference to have this process combined, but we're not afforded that because of circumstances, which we completely understand and respect. But it does present a difficulty in terms of what we can do today. So our focus is on the rezoning today. The intention is to look at zoning categories that do provide flexibility, and then look to the next process, the subdivision process, in which you as council are the final authority.
So use that word again, where we're the final authority. If this is zoned to RM60 and there's a market for it, that gives you as the developer we'll say the market for it, but how does that, you still didn't, to my understanding, separate the zoning versus we have full control at the subdivision process. I still am not clear on your explanation.
You're right, Mayor Hart, and to that point, you have the ability to control density. So there's all sorts of circumstances in which you would have provisions in terms of what density caps would be. It would be unrealistic and virtually impossible to go ahead and develop with an entitlement to rezoning without having you really as part of the authority in that process. You do have the ability to control density. That is something that is part of that next process. Like we said, we would have preferred if it had been a combined process, but like we understand the situation.
So our current multifamily zoning right now has a density of 13 units per acre. Your RM60, what would that be in density of units per acre?
I think our total density for that category is 40 to 50 units per acre. However, the entire site at a gross level is 13 units per acre.
Is
13.
And you would know that through the concept plan?
That would be through using the calculation in the text zoning amendments. And it's rough, right? Because when we understand that, like what we're presenting to you in terms of what that looks like, the information that's contained in the text amendments is to guide you as council in terms of your next piece of this puzzle, which would be the subdivision approval process.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Postumus?
Yeah, and it's directed to also. So
The other mic, Charles, use the other mic. To your left.
the 13 per, well, I'll just, 13 per acre, that is net,
That would be gross.
that would be gross. So that's the whole property. So that 13 per acre is after Like you can have roads, you're gonna have your lakes to hold your drainage. You're gonna have your sewer plant, your water plant, your main roads in. All of that is included in the 13 per acre.
I think
Your
it's.
total area is included in
reversed.
the 13 per acre. Or is it 13 per acre after it's taken up?
Sorry if I could jump in. It's about 11.5 gross and it's about 14.5 to 14.75 net.
After you take up all the land you're gonna use for.
So net would be net of right of ways, net of green space.
Yeah, and the sewer treatment plant, the water treatment plant, drainage lakes. So you're around 14, 15.
I think it's very important to consider, though, that we're not even at the point of even having that conversation. And I sense that there's a bit of, again, trying to kind of mash those two together, but our intention is to come forward through the next process to refine in terms of density. I think there's an expectation that we want to work collaboratively with you.
Sorry, if I could just speak to this for a second, because Michelle will work closely on this. The concept plan that Mr. DeBell held up and shown, one thing you might notice on there, if you look in detail, there is no wastewater treatment plant. There is no water treatment plant. It was an illustration of what potentially a complete community that offered a range of lifestyle choices could be. So certainly it's not going to be the final plan that will be brought forward. So from an illustrative point, when you're looking at this in general, is it would be some guidelines and some guideposts, but that isn't the final plan. So I just wanted to make the point from a servicing point of view. There's obviously, some design guidelines as far as the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant that certainly aren't on there at all. If you'll notice up in the northern central section is where actually the well is. And I'm sure there is either a street or a house over top of the existing current well, which isn't going to be the case either. So I think to what Michelle was saying is that that is something that the team, and I think there was a question is, so there was a lot of work that went into it. There was an extreme amount of work that went into it, but more so it was to try and contemplate what does a complete community look like on this particular site. And certainly from a design point of view and to the zoning category question, even by that conceptual document, not all the lots are 25-foot lots. I mean, there's a range of lots there from 25 to, I think it was 44 feet on it. So again, without the opportunity of sitting down and working through it, it was something that we did. It was something to show the top of what a complete community would be, and potentially what would a community look like at a net density of 14.5 and 14.75 acres. So when people talk about numbers, it was certainly from the design team's point of view, an opportunity to sit down and say, if we have a density of like 11.5 gross or 14.5, 14.75 on a net basis, what can be on this site? And that was the illustrative purposes we did. And we thought, to be transparent, is that we should try and show some of these designs. What again, I'll emphasize what Michelle said was, we weren't afforded that opportunity, or we were recommended not to pursue that path. It's a path that I think we would have liked to have chosen. But in the interest of being transparent, if we're going to certainly talk about zoning, very, very fair questions from everyone here on council and yourself, Mayor Hart, about what would a site look like when you talk about this many units, and when you talk about densities, potentially what could it be? Certainly we did that, but only in the sense of illustrative. And ultimately, at the end of the day, is just because you have zoning doesn't allow us to automatically build on that site. And I think that is maybe what Michelle is trying to portray, is that if we have zoning for 25-foot lots, I mean, certainly that gives us no ability to go in and build 25-foot lots. I mean, I'm overstating the obvious here, but the point of it is that I think it's very fair to understand what a complete community would be. And one of the plans in all this
I mean, one of the overarching goals was to give residential, like housing typologies, choices for residents. There would be some 55+ buildings. There would be potential of some facilities that would care to different age groups. So I think what to take out of that conceptual site plan is that there is going to be something that would allow young families to be here. There would be something to allow for you to retire in place in the community, given all the advantages. If you've lived here and you really enjoy it, which why wouldn't you? You I'm sure do. It is an option that would allow you to have situations that, at least at this current time, maybe aren't as plentiful as what maybe this community could offer going forward. So I think, we would get into concepts about design. I mean, obviously there'd be a design component of what the exterior architectural would look like, of the green space. So it's as Michelle was saying, it would be a very, very comprehensive discussion that would be had with everyone about what this community would look like. But if I can just summarize, it's choice, it's options, and it's something to try to be a complete community, of which from a planning sense is what people try and achieve. So, and I'll just leave it at that, but thank you for the opportunity to speak to that.
Councillor Devlin.
Thank you for that, because I do believe there's good examples of complete communities, suburbs in different provinces, but we don't have good examples of that in Manitoba yet. I just want to ask a question though. December 8th, Michelle, you sent a nice letter to Jennifer Ferguson, and it was indicating that you wanted to be collaborative with council prior to application. But those meetings didn't happen. Yeah, and I think that it would have benefited council to have that sit down and have that communication, because I feel there's confusion within the application that maybe could have been settled at that time. So is there a reason that you didn't come forward and have those meetings with us prior to application going forward?
Yeah, there was quite a bit of back and forth. There certainly was attempts to make that happen. Ultimately, it didn't happen. And in terms of sort of processes, certainly not unusual that council wouldn't be engaged at that point in time. We did indicate on several occasions to Red River Planning and to St. Paul that we wanted to work pragmatically with them from a practitioner to practitioner basis, in addition to Mr. Wardrop as well. So certainly we're wanting to push forward, and the timelines just were kind of dragging. So.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a second question, and I'm guessing maybe later on, Red River Planning can address that question. I'm a little confused on if it's the R125, it states in your zoning here that it is the tables below summarize the development standards of the proposed zones. The R125 site width 25 feet. So that's the zone posed as a whole. So if it gets passed, is that not the zone?
Well, no, this provides flexibility in terms of the next stage. So in terms of, and I think we tried to summarize it, that doesn't entitle that to build out at that density. This is part of a process, and ultimately, and I certainly hope that sort of from the planning profession side of things, that hopefully we can come to some understanding about that is a process that is ultimately controlled through council.
Right, because it's got 25-foot lots with 2,700 square foot total site area.
Well,
and that's a single family.
This is what we're bringing forward to add to your current zoning bylaw. So this isn't replacing it. This is simply adding another layer to it. But I think that the trust has tried to provide some openness to build a relationship with you as council and with administration, and have really indicated their intention to work through that process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask the planner, one of the comments, and you know what, if this is outside of the realm of, providing us information, I'm sure you'll let me demonstrate. Mr. Marquis said that if it's zoned, if the property is zoned R25, that doesn't automatically allow them to build R25 lots, residential lots on the property. Is from a building, let's say a development agreement and everything was established, what is the impediment for them from a planning perspective, from our planning office of, if the zone is approved R25, what stops them from building R25 in the entire zone? I feel like I'm missing something here.
I'm not sure of any impediments that would stop someone from building to the minimum standards. The zone would list out the minimum standards. If I'm understanding the applicants correctly, they're proposing there would be minimum standards that would be met, but they can go beyond those minimum standards as you could. Any other impediments I can think of would be probably, I guess I'd say for lack of a better term, engineering related, corner lots where the geometry of the road may require a corner lot to be larger than the minimum lot sizes. That's is usually the case that we see. Does that answer your question?
I think so, but to be clear, that is the minimum. So if the market determines and they choose to go forward with 25-foot lots on the entire site, that is what it would be zoned to, and that's what they would be permitted to build. Okay, thank you. Councillor Gill.
Yes, Mr. Planner, that's the way I understand it. I was on the board of vertical planning for a number of years, and if a piece of property is zoned to a certain available zoning bylaw, then development can go ahead to that. Could be some impediments, as you say, but these would be unusual little things. So when Mr. Marquis says that in the future, even if we approve these two new bylaw zones and approve the rezoning of the land, we can still have the authority to control the density later on. I believe that's what I understand he said, and I believe that's what the mayor understood too. So really, these two proposals here, we are giving authority or denying authority to build something to this concept right here tonight.
All right, thank you. We will move forward to our list. We've heard from the applicant now. I have the opportunity to get some clarification. We're now going to move on to the list of those who have signed in support. And as I indicated earlier, we're going to start with people that are here in council chambers and then go online to those in support. And so we will start with the sign-in sheet here. I have a Jeff Zawina of 525 Raglan Road. Mr. Zawina. Okay. In support of it. All right, Christopher Ibsa of Beaverbrook Street. Okay, thank you. Ma'am, please. It's not a conversation in council, please. We have somebody's name I can't read. Looks like the last name might be Spence, 278 Pegwest. Hi.
I'm a real estate member, trustee.
And your first name, sir?
William Spence.
Thank you, William. And you're in support. Did you wish to make any comments or speak to it? Okay. And just for everybody's information, if anybody wants to speak to their position in support or opposition or information, the mic is available to you. Mr. George Maskew of Wenzel Street. Okay, we'll come back to him. And then Heather Martin's next. So ma'am, you're next. Come up to the microphone, please, so we can hear you.
We asked them to
Sorry.
Name is Heather Martin.
Yeah, Heather, Mrs. Martin, if you would like to take your mask off to be heard better, you're able to do that there.
My name is
And the microphone, Jennifer, has fallen down.
I talk loud enough, it's okay.
No, just give it 1 second, please. That happened.
My name is Heather Martin, and I represent Hunter South Center. I'd like to welcome Peggy's First Nation to the community. That was sort of addressed to them, but. So I can't wait for civilization to finally come to the east side of East St. Paul. We need some people there, and I know Shelley Hart likes to give seminars on how to coexist with the coyotes, but I personally don't want to. I would like to coexist with the humans. So I can't wait till we have civilization. I can't wait till there's lights down Wenzel, because I think Wenzel's been there for, gosh, maybe 100 years, and there's still no streetlights. We can't have people breeding skunks, woodchucks, feeding the deer. Like I say, I want to coexist with the humans. So as far as I'm concerned, I give my full support to the Peguis First Nations, and I welcome them to our community, and I hope they start building tomorrow.
Thank you. George Mascu.
Thanks for letting me speak. I want to make it clear to all council members, if I refer to something, I'm not criticizing you personally. So it's just situations I've been in. And so first of all, I'm for the Beggars First Nation to develop this, because I've been at Fungo's Golf Center as a businessman for 35 years. I played professional golf both in Canada and the United States for 50 years. When I built the business, what has happened, now Wenzel, there's 20 kilometers on the south side and 20 kilometers on the north. Basically, they shut me down. There's no traffic. So I'm on life support. I couldn't jump high enough when I heard that Peguis First Nation is going to develop the property. So even as a businessman, I hope council members, there's option one, and there's thousands of dollars to be made and millions of dollars in development from streets. And all these developers, they look at each other as success. They look at Sage Creek, they look at Gateway Grove, they look at the Birch Hill. If you look at the council office, there's built houses all attached together. So what I'm saying is I think the opportunity to go along with this proposal on zone one, regardless, no plan is 100%. No in life, because you don't know about Mother Nature. I listen to freeze and drilling. I listen to all the wastewater treatment. There's never, but the plan is there, and we're smart enough as mankind not to fail. We're not meant to fail. So basically, another situation, like I said, there's millions of dollars in development from Peguis, and I can't wait. And also, if you look at Sage Creek, and these developers learn from each other, and they learn how to deal with council members. So I guess Ventura packed it in because they didn't want to. And from a business point of view, if Shelley Hart and RMW St. Paul really wanted that golf course, they could have got a committee and raised funds and bought it, because it was already like parkland. There's golf cart trails. In my business as professional golf, never does a golf course close that soon. Normally golf course closes because of technology. There's not enough room to expand or to change. I've been in East St. Paul for 35 years as a sport in golf, and I know I'm not looking for any favoritism. If you look on the website in East St. Paul, golf is not listed. And I don't know why. It's a worldwide sport, and I'm not listed there. I'm not looking for any special treatment. So I think if RM doesn't go with option one, I heard loud and clear from all the seminars, then there's option two. And financially, all the residents of East St. Paul, I know we're in a bedroom community, but I'd rather wake up. I would really rather wake up. So if we don't jump on board and work hand in hand, And there is, I heard one word, and that's why I'm in business, for profit. Because I have taxes to pay, I want to improve, I want people to play golf, and I want to stay up with the technology. And if I'm shut out from doing that, it makes it very frustrating. And another opportunity, I know all council members sitting here, and I realize right next to Pegasus is Broken Head. And believe me, Broken Head is watching, and that's next. So they're going to either develop it, it's not going to sit there, it can't. I'm surprised that this is sat there for people. The frustrating thing for me is people come to my business and say, can we play the Meadows? I said, well, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. No council member is there. I'm in the golf business, as I said, just in case someone asks you, this is what's happening. No one's communicated. No one also told me when Wednesday was closed, I was supposed to get communication of what was going to happen. No one told me anything. So what sometimes is said here with the council members and what actually happens are two different things. I know in Ventura, they were worried about snow removal. I lived here all my life in Winnipeg. Never have I been stuck and I couldn't go to work. And also fire, with the housing being too close together. We have fire retardant materials now and different safety rules. So housing numbers burning down. And also with this financial money, thousands of dollars going to East St. Paul Coffers, which I hope will help the residents. We'll be able to allow more police first, maybe expand the council buildings here. And I'm here to do my little part in the world to promote golf and exercise and fitness. And I want that opportunity to do that. And I couldn't jump high enough when I heard Vegas is going to do this. So if what happens here, if it is option one, which I think would be really foolish from a business point of view, I think then it's going to be option two, and it's going to be done. And I'm so happy about that. And like I said, the next business venture will be Broken Head, and that'll be the same situation. And they're right next door, 100 yards away. Thanks for listening to me. And like I said, I hope we move forward with financial gain. Like I said, I'm in this for profit. And I think everyone here, it financially benefits with everybody. And housing size, if you look at all the successful developments, all these developers are looking at each other, what they're doing. And all these developers are looking at how tough we get to deal with some of these councils. And they're even voting to get rid of these councils because for whatever reason, it's just stubborn and I don't understand. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Maskew, before you run away, council, any questions for Mr. Maskew? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Ryan McCorster of Pegwest. Hi, did you wish to speak?
Oh.
Okay, you're in support. And Martin, can't read the last name of Pegwest as well. Yep, you can head to the mic. And just so everybody knows, you can take your mask down when you're speaking if you choose to. I mean, we're not forcing you to, but if you'd rather speak unencumbered, you're welcome to do so.
Thank you. My name is Martin Fable, council member for Pegwest First Nation. I'm here on behalf of my nation to support the team. And I'm hoping what would be a great venture going forward, you know, working with partnerships. We're always looking for that next step. Pegwest, I can't say it enough. I've been on the last two seminars with the team and seen a lot of the questions. I think the presentation shows that we're trying to get as much done as possible, you know, and following procedures and making our steps going forward. I just wanted to say I'm supportive of First Nation and the processes going forward. And I'm just glad to be here tonight and to meet the council. It's my first time in attendance, and it's definitely something to grasp. And I'm looking forward to a positive venture going forward. So thank you.
Council, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that's in council chambers that wanted to speak in support of this application? All right, so we'll move to the online registrants. Suzanne, is it easier for me to call the names or how would you like to proceed? Okay, we'll start with, I think it's Candace McCorster of Peguis as well. I'm sorry, you're here, ma'am.
That was just decided.
Yeah, that was when I said, was anybody else here to speak in support? That's what I was referencing. So go ahead.
Decided, yeah, it was just to support.
Okay, did you want to speak at all?
Sure.
Okay, come on up to the mic.
Good evening, I'm Candace McCorster. I'm the financial trustee for the Peguis First Nation Real Estate Trust. Yes, I'm here to witness the council decision and propose of this, but yes, I'm in full support of the plan. As a member from Peguis, I grew up there. Yes, we've had now, as you're aware, because Peguis has been established as a real estate trust, that we have some funds to purchase some land and economic development. So as you see the proposal, that we do want to establish the relationship. That's part of like the reconciliation that we have, that we want to develop and establish with the council. Sorry. But yes, I do want to just give the acknowledgement that we plan to establish like that reconciliation and collaborating with council, the RM, the people here. We're glad that we've actually got to speak to them on Zoom meetings in the last 2 sessions. And it was good to see the input tickets that they wanted to provide to everybody. So again, we want to just do this in a collaborative approach. We respect the decision of whatever you make. We just want to say that we're here openly and that we wish that we can answer any questions on behalf of our intent in the future for our generation as well as the economic development for the art as well. So that would be much.
Any questions, Council? Guess it's possible I don't have any in support online. So we'll move over to in opposition. And if there is anybody online that, if you're listening and you wanted to speak in support of this application and you're online and registered, please identify yourself. All right, we're going to move along to, we can always circle back if someone's left. We'll add in people if we've missed somebody. We'll now allow those who have registered in opposition. We have 8 people in council chambers and a lot online. So we'll start with those that are in council chambers. We'll start with Corey Lapka of Elkhart Lane. Corey, are you here? Hi, Corey. Come on up. This is your opportunity just to tell council what you'd like us to hear.
Excellent. Well, thank you for letting me be here. I do have one question. I did listen to the Zoom meeting on Thursday. The Peguis First Nation utility, are they currently operating in any area or servicing any community? Or would this be a first-time project?
So Corey, this is your opportunity to provide us with information. We don't usually have a Q&A session for delegations, but please, when the applicant hears questions at the very end of the evening, they can respond to all the questions that they've heard from individuals. So if they're keeping notes, they will probably answer your question at that point.
I might be able to rephrase that. I think the situation with for Pegasus First Nation utility with the area residents, some paying East St. Paul services, some paying different service. What would be the benefit? What would be the cost difference? Why would we have a community with more than one service? We all pay the same utility taxes to the same municipality. I believe that all services should come to all residents of the same time. A self-contained, I don't agree that a self-contained community, we do have multiple residences, we have single family. I don't feel that there would be a benefit to the town or any businesses within the town or down Whatnot if you have a self-contained community that is not really joined to the town. If there wasn't self-contained like no grocery stores or gas stations, it would be appearing. And just because we have those services in the town of Burns Hill doesn't mean people use them. But a lot of people will go to the local grocery store or the local gas station. There's more of an option when they're driving by on the way home to and from. This area being self-contained with the commercial does not appear that the existing businesses would have any benefit to it. And I guess I would agree that at this time, until there's more detail or lot sizes or continuity within the development or the municipality, I don't agree that the recommendation should be to approve this. So that's just my.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you. Right, next is Rick Vanderhorst of Elkhart Lane.
I don't have any questions at this point, except what I think.
If you're going to speak, sir, just come on up to the mic so everybody can hear you.
I really don't have any questions at this point. I just think that the only thing I'm worried about is the lot sizes are way too small. That's my own objective.
Thank you. All right, Lisa and Bill Semenchuk of McGregor Farm Road. Are those folks here? Next is Inessa Nemitz of Prince Cove.
Thank you. And this is my first time speaking in council chambers.
You're welcome.
Actually, I'm new to this community also. We have a new development.
Could you speak closer to the mic?
I live on a new development on Prince Cove, it's just off Wenzel. And our development is two acres lots and even more. And I think rural municipality, that's the kind of a community that Eastern Pole is. And I think that's about the development that should be here. Yeah.
Thank you. Elena Klemko of Wenzel Street.
Hi there. I'm against it because I don't believe we should have small lots. I think we need the big lots. And I'm still pretty confused about their presentation. They should have a more straightforward plan. And but basically the small lots is what bothers me. Thank you.
Dr. O'Shea? Also of Wenzel?
Hi. Yeah, the reason I signed against it is not enough information was given to us about this whole issue. And from what I'm seeing tonight, there's a lot of unanswered questions, the size of lots, who's going to be paying, how that the funds are going to come in for the sewer and water for these projects and so on. So I don't know how the council can make a decision without having all the information. So for that reason, I'm saying that I'm against it at the moment. Thank you.
Craig Hodgkinson, Fox Point. Hello.
Good evening. Yeah, so I'm here to sort of express some concerns as well too. And again, it always comes back to density, and there's been a lot of talk about lot sizes. Super important, right? When I built my house, I believe it was about 10 feet from the side of my house to the property line. So I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around some of these lot sizes, but even the biggest one at 44, the biggest one at 44, if you had 10 feet on either side, it would be a 24-foot house. So I'm not sure what that would leave with a 28-foot size lot. So obviously there's a lot of other things that would have to change. It's just not as simple as approving, R25. You would have to also start changing the size or distance between houses. And I'm sure there'd be another lot of rules that would be facilitated, need to be facilitated because of those changes. There also isn't even a lot of single houses. I know this was a conceptual drawing that they were saying they put out there. But when you do the math on what was put in that conceptual drawing, 47% of the acreage was going towards multifamily houses and row housing. And that's of the acreage. So when you think of the percent of the total dwellings that are going to be going to these tiny little lots for houses, there aren't really that many of them anyways. So they had 2,100, I think maybe just under 2,100, just over 2,000 units in that proposal. So when Ventura was here in December of 2019, they were asking for 1,200 units or a little under, maybe 1,180. And after quite a bit of deliberation, it was established that that was much higher than we were comfortable with as an RM. Snow removal was a big thing, water supply was a big thing, density, row housing, parking, back lanes, all of which are in this present design. Now, Ventura came back in January, I believe, of 2020, had their first open house. It was 800 units, or give or take again, I don't remember exactly. And it seemed like it was going to be a lot closer. He was trying, the gentleman, Tim Komiak, I believe, at Ventura, and there was a lot, less of the big developments. He had expanded the size of the lots. It really seemed like he was coming closer to what the expectations were and worked with a lot of the things we had asked him to work with. He came back with a plan that seemed like it was going to be a lot closer to hopes of what could be developed in that area. And then COVID happened, and that second open house never happened. And then it never made it in front of council. And here we are 2 years later, and it's done a complete 180. And instead of a presentation that's been more reasonable, trying to meet the expectations of council, of the 800 or whatever he was coming back with, we've now gone the other direction, and now we have 2,000 units, 800 or more than the 1,200 that were proposed, that were deemed far too dense, with too many back lanes and too many high density high rises and no place to put snow, no place to park, like all the concerns with stuff like that. And we've gone and added way more units and shrunk the size of everything. And I don't understand how that was expected to meet the needs. I'm sure when they purchased the land from Ventura, discussion of how this was proposed to be developed had come up previously. And so I'm surprised that the thought process and the transparency that keeps being spoken of is authentic when they've come back with a number that's really incredible. Trying to think of a couple of other concerns that I had. One big one recently for myself is just, again, it's tough for us not to look beyond this, right? Like the time to control density is now, as I think brought up from you guys, right? If we give the green light on this density, that's the only opportunity to control it. Like R13, I believe, was done once up to date for an 8-plex on a smaller than an acre property. And now we're talking about 14 or 14 and a half over hundreds of acres or 100 and some odd acres. Like we approved that density thing once for less than an acre. And now we're describing using something around that number for something with 100 acres or 100 plus acres. Like it's just not comparing apples to apples. I know it's a rough number, but this is the effect. When you have a number like that, it opens up these windows. And again, what comes on secondarily afterwards when this is developed, you have not look at the conceptual design and see what R60 means after that. Where is the green space? Where are the soccer fields? You know, this is meant to be affordable housing. Affordable housing is meant for families. Where are those families going to play? Where are their kids going to go to recreation? Where are their kids going to go to school? So my son, my daughter goes to Robert Andrews. My son goes inside the city because we live in inside the Prairie Countryside Crossing. And so my son goes to Emerson. So we put in our school of choice for next year so my daughter could, or my son could also go to school with my daughter at Robert Andrews. And we got a call from the principal last week saying that they don't know if he'll get in because they don't have room for an out of catchment school kid. Whatever, after one out of catchment kid, and we're going to develop 2,000 units that are made for families, where are these kids going to go to school? Like, there's no place, like these things have to be thinkable. Like this is the cart before the horse. We're going to approve this density, but then where are the kids going to go to school? Where is recreation going to happen? Like there's secondary things that can't be overlooked when we're coming to the densities that are being asked for. Again, one kid can't go out of catchment to grade 6 at our only junior high. Where are these houses that are meant for families that send their kids? And I think the developer should be worried about that because people want to buy these things from them afterwards. If they're going to find out that their kids are getting bused across the city to the nearest place that actually has space for them, they might have problems selling those houses. So again, those are things, or condos or apartments or whatever the majority of them end up being. So again, I just don't see how we can just throw a number and say, oh, it's just a number and we're just going to massage it afterwards and everybody will be happy. That just can't be the way it is. There has to be some forethought in what's going to happen with those numbers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wait, is there anybody in council chambers that hasn't signed in or has signed in and I've missed them that wants to speak in opposition to this application? Okay.
I sort of said, I don't know, because I didn't know. So I'm kind of.
I'm sorry?
I said, sorry. When I came, I was expecting a different kind of meeting. I didn't realize that there had already been 2 previous meetings on Zoom, which I don't do. So I was signed up for the I don't know. So I'm.
For information?
Right.
Okay.
But after listening, I am also, first of all, I'd like to welcome them.
Just before you go on, I just want to determine whether or not you want to move from for information to opposition, or you can wait until you come up on the information and change your mind then.
I think right now, after hearing everything, I'm not for it presently. I would welcome any developer.
Okay, before you go on, please, before you present, I have to do the orderly process here. So can I get your name so I can move you from your for information over?
It's G Hatch and I live at 4 Jadestone.
Just give me 1 second, G. You're on Jadestone?
Yeah.
And could you spell the last name?
H-A-T-C-H.
Okay, we have you on for opposition now. The floor is yours.
Yeah, right now, after hearing everything today, I am somewhat confused by the presentation. I'm hearing that it's not being recommended by because of certain information not being provided. I am uncomfortable that we're talking about, I don't know why they keep saying we weren't allowed to present more than just the zoning change. So I don't know if that came up at another meeting, but I don't understand that. Why it sounds like you guys stopped them from doing something. And if it's just a question of zoning, I am uncomfortable with the small lots. We've built out here to have a little bit of a community, but had heard that it was going to be like a Sage Creek type development with a little mall with some eateries and things like that, plus housing. And I thought, this is really exciting. I think we could use that. And what I'm hearing though, it sounds like, and I am confused by it, it sounds like there's going to be a lot of little lots. I don't know if it's townhouses. I don't know if it's, we're opening ourselves up to that, which concerns me, the lot size. The other thing that concerned me is the water question. Nobody has raised that. When we had our development built in Pritchard Farm, there was a big issue with water. And we are on restricted water. We can only water our lawns at certain times of the week. And when Sultan's came on, there was another water restriction. And what we have to realize is that my question is, why if we have only using 43% of the water, am I on restricted water? For me, that's a question I have. The second question is why, you can build all these wells, but the more people on there, which is a big amount of people, it's going to lower the water table. And where does that put us? Yeah, sure, we can build wells and we can give water right now, but where does that put us in 10 and 20 years? The lack of sewer, the lack of a whole development plan concerns me a little bit. Not to say that that's what I'm saying. I would like to see something like that. I love the Sage Creek idea, and I think it's okay to have different types of family dwellings, but it sounds like it's a little small, and I'm concerned that you're going to approve a zoning change, which does not give you the ability to stop what needs to stop. That it would be bigger. So I'm just looking to see if that was it. And the treatment plant, I have to admit, why would we have two? I would rather see ours are coming due. They're getting old. And we're going to need something. Why wouldn't you guys in council and them have one big one and pool all the money for both developments? I just don't see why it would be separate. I think that there should be some coordination with that. And I think that's it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, do you think we should provide some clarity to the speaker? Because she thought that we held meetings and those were just public open houses by the applicant.
There was a couple of things in there. I have some concern on the lack of clarity, and thank you for bringing it up. I try not to get into a two-way conversation with delegations as Q&A, but there's two things. That's one of them. The open houses, for clarity, were conducted by the developer for the public, and council did not participate in them because of the preamble that I read earlier, that we get all our information at the public hearing at the same time. So we're all privy to the same information. That was the developer's choice to have the meetings when they had them. The other question I wanted to clarify was with our planner. Ms. Hatch mentioned a couple of times confusion around, I guess, comments that were made in relation to the rezoning proceeding without subdivision. And that's the process that was undertaken. And I think they made comment that they were not, I'll say, supportive of that route. They would have rather do it the other way. I don't know if you can speak at all to that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess what I can say is that applicants and developers, landowners are allowed to make whatever application or combination of applications that they want. They make them, we receive them, and we process them. Some developers like to come forward with subdivision first and try rezoning after the fact. That's something that the Planning Act does allow. It's a little bit confusing. Some like to do just a rezoning first, and some like to come with both. I think you have a hearing tomorrow night that has both.
Yeah.
It's completely an applicant's prerogative of how they wish to come forward with this.
Okay, thank you. So that is everybody who's in council chambers, and we'll now go to the list of in opposition that are online. Before we do that, is council prepared to continue, or does anybody need to take a break?
I could do some more.
Okay, we'll take 5. All right, we're back from our recess, and we are going to continue with hearing from our delegations. We did have, I was just notified by our staff that 2 people who had originally been on the for information sheet moved their names over to in opposition. And I'll just make note of that. I think it's Marlene Briarwood and a Sonia Dilling of Henderson Highway. Both of those wanted to be moved to in opposition. Are either of those people still here? All right, I believe they were both leaving, so we'll put that one aside then. All right, onward to for in opposition for people who are online. I will ask one more time on Lisa and Bill Semenchuk of McGregor Farm Road. Are they here? Asked for them earlier. Okay. All right. So we'll begin. Suzanne, if I just tell you the name, you'll just open up the mic for those speakers? Okay. Vern and Peggy Gunmanson of Benham Way. Just let me know when they're online because I can't see them if they appear behind me.
Yes, hi, I'm here now.
Hi, go ahead, Mr. Gunmanson.
Yeah, I'm just reiterating a few things. One of the questions was that the Peguis First Nation owns the land, and they're working with the federal government and the province. My question is that from what I understand from information obtained is that they own 2/3 of the property. There's a 1/3 owner that's not been named, and I'm just wondering if that will eventually ever be divulged and how that affects their status based on their position with the governments. The other questions, of course, are repetitive with the aquifer and the sewer problem, and this is going to obviously take a lot of years to develop. And primarily, it's the lot sizes that I totally don't agree with. It doesn't confer with the rest of the development areas. It's going to be basically a standalone development in the middle of nowhere, and these high buildings that are going to be 75 feet high are going to be seen from everywhere within a mile around radius, and it's just going to look completely out of space and isolated from the rest of the community. And that's basically all I have to say.
Thank you. Does Peggy wish to speak?
She did in the background, and I was basically filling in for her as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Clarence Schofer. Are you there, Mr. Schofer?
I'm opposed.
Could you speak up a little bit?
I'm opposed for the reasons already given.
Okay. Thank you. Robert Chislett of National Drive.
Good evening. I oppose for all the reasons we've talked about tonight. I think the highway access hasn't been talked about a lot, but I think that's a concern. The the character and the culture of the environment here, with homes being typically a half acre, is really why we're here. And I think this development is completely inconsistent to the community and the culture here. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred and Mary Whitehouse of Benham Way.
We are opposed.
Thank you. Is that the same for Mary? Did she wish to speak?
No, did you need to speak with her?
No.
She's opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Michelle Dew of Saddle Ridge Lane.
Hello. I'm
Hi, Michelle.
opposed. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I am opposed for the reasons that's already been stated. And I would really love to see a new development, but again, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. So I would really be more comfortable if the developers met with the RM as per the recommendations and to resubmit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask her a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Ms. Dew, one of the counselors has a question for you. She gone? Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah,
I'm here.
one of the counselors has a question for you. Counselor Devlin, go ahead.
You said that you don't oppose development. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, I have a lot of family and friends who would like to move into this area, but there is a lack of choice in housing. So I'm glad that there is a choice in the types of housing. However, I am concerned about the density and I'm concerned about the services. I'm concerned about the water and sewage, the traffic, the lack of schools. There's just so many details that haven't been gone into. Love to see more development, but you know, this really impacts us as a community in the future. I can't in all good conscience make recommendations to family and friends and colleagues for them to move out here when we haven't ironed everything out. That's my concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jim Campbell of Elkhart Lane. Okay, we'll come back before we end to see if he comes on. Katharina Kowalczyk of Chase Drive.
There's a Kathy, I'm not sure if this is Katharina.
Confirm with the address of Chase Drive. Let me know when she's online.
Put her forward and she's not speaking.
No response? Okay, we'll come back again. Chris Yunker of McGregor Farm Road.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I wasn't going to speak, but I feel it's really important to, I'm just going to say that, save everyone some time and say that we are opposed. My husband and I are opposed. We're not opposed to development entirely, but we are opposed to the small size of lots. We actually back onto the Meadows Golf Course. So being forced to hook up water and just to have that high density is going to affect traffic. We already don't have, you know, enough services as far as fire and police. Basically, Craig, who spoke earlier, nailed everything that that is concerning to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, Ayyotte. Hendersley Drive. There's also an Ashley Hammer, Ayyotte of the same address signed in or registered. You there? Oh, okay, go ahead. Is this Ashley? Is Ashley online? Can't hear you if you're speaking.
Hello, are you able to hear us?
Hi there, is this Mike?
Yeah, it is. Sorry. So we're both sitting here, Ashley and I.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry for the delay there. So we've had the same concerns as everybody else, really. As an example, someone brought up Sage Creek. You know, there's tons of condos, tons of high rises. We'll call it high density housing. They even built a school there, and within the first 2 months of that development filling up, that school was full. That started doing pods, and we're not even planning for a school in this area. A lot of concerns there. Same thing with the lot sizes. Like, we moved from a lot that was 52 feet wide to come to a larger space, and I think it's just under, I think it's like 0.4 acres now, and 25-foot lots, that's like our driveway. I'm not sure how much room you can fit a home in that type of space, unless it's row housing, which I'm guessing that would bring concerns for a lot of residents in regards to potentially low-income housing, additional crime, that kind of thing. So we are opposed at this point.
Okay, thank you. Did Ashley wish to speak?
No, I agree with all the points Mike has already spoken on.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Susan Breediger of Rebeck Road. Sorry, Suzanne Breediger.
Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay. I'm reiterating what everyone else said. So the lot size is a concern, as well as this will pave ways for other developers to come in and do the same thing, I think. And I don't think that fits with our community or anything that most families I've spoken to have moved out to East St. Paul for. So I am opposed.
Thank you. Ryan and Kelly Rochelle of Bricker Avenue. No? Harvey and Jan Rochelle. Jeff Dreger of Rebeck Road.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Mr. Dreger?
Yep, that's me.
Hi.
I'm opposed for the same reasons. When Craig stood up and spoke, he was very thorough with all the points that he hit on the head there, especially with Ventura Homes coming in previously, trying to do 1,200 homes and that being denied. Again, with Chris Junker for talking about emergency services with police and fire and ambulance. As it is, we don't have RCMP covering the area in the evenings or overnights. So there needs to be a lot more thought put into this before this gets presented forward.
Thank you. Carla Gould?
Okay, hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Lots of people have said this, but I want to say it again. As a born and raised East St. Pauler, I am not opposed to the community growing, but this has just too many problems with it right now. They've been mentioned: water and waste, schools, police, fire, highway access, and the biggest one is the small lot size. I'm very concerned that it kind of sounds like an ultimatum to me that if option 1 is voted down, then they're going to go with option 2 anyway. That concerns me. And they should have met with the RM first and ironed out a lot of these problems. It's somebody said the cart before the horse. This is very, very backward. And I think they have a lot of work to do, and they definitely need to be working with the RM, because it does sound to me also that if something's part of it that they want approved, to me, they can just go wild and do whatever they want. And I am very opposed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy and Jacqueline Muzia of Bricker Avenue.
Hi, both Andy and I are both opposed for the same reasons that everyone else is talking about.
Thank you. Does Andy wish to speak?
No, I think everybody's touched on all the points as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Muzia? Also Bricker Avenue? It's a different address, but.
Letter M, so.
Someone there? Maria? I can't hear Suzanne.
On mute.
On mute, okay. If you're talking, we can. We'll come back. If you can hear us, we'll come back and call your name again. Carla and Alan Stanish. Of Henderson Highway.
By that name.
No one signed on?
Not by that name.
Okay. If they hear and they don't.
Send a message to me.
Okay. Okay, through the chat feature there? Okay. Jerry Meniko of McGregor Farm Road.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm in opposition, like many people have said. Traffic flow is a concern for me. The size of the lots are a concern for me. And like it was stated, it seems like an ultimatum that you can't win or lose from the sounds of it. So I'm in opposition for those reasons.
Thank you. Brenton Kaylee Steinhebler.
Hi there. Oh, hang on. We got too many computers.
Yeah. Hudson Bay. Are you
Let's
still
try
there?
that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we got the one computer. Yeah, so for reasons that many stated already, we're opposed. Main concern is the density. And if we open the floodgates now to what they're proposing in terms of density, what's to stop them from trying to maximize on profits? Because that's kind of what the final goal of anyone that's developing land is going to be. So that mixed with schools, fire, sewer, water, like there's just way too many questions. I mean, I'm not opposed to the community growing because that's good for everybody, but just in the way in which it grows, I think needs to be considered. So.
Thank you. Did Kaylee wish to speak?
No, she's putting the kids to bed, so she agrees.
Okay. Paul Tustin of Bricker Avenue.
Hi there.
Hi, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm opposed, and my wife as well, for all the same reasons everybody spoke of so far. Not opposed to any development in the area. I'm almost be happy to see that happen, but just if it's more like a Pritchard Farm or Gateway Point style, then I think this would be simple and it would probably pass no problem. I'm on a 25 or 30-year-old well and septic field system, so I would definitely consider hooking up to those services. So yeah, eventually some development would be good, but just not this. The density is too much. Ventura was getting closer to what I would have accepted, but this is like 2.5 times the size with density. So it's a definite no.
Thank you. Just for clarity, and I know a couple of people have mentioned Ventura's application. They only had one application in front of council, and that was, I think, for about 1,100 homes. That's the only time they've appeared in front of us. The second one may have been concept application plans, but they only appeared in front of us the once. So just for clarity on that one. I heard a previous speaker talk about they were getting close. I think it was Mr. Hodgson, but they never did appear in front of council. And I think he made the mention that COVID kind of derailed that, so that could have been it. William Hrubrick of Pritchard Farm Road. Hubeniak.
But he's muted.
Okay, you're muted. If you can hear us, we can't hear you. We'll come back and give him another call before we close out our speakers. Curtis Shumsky of McGregor Farm Road.
Yes, I am here.
Hi.
I oppose this for many of the reasons already mentioned by many of the opposing arguments. I also agree with the density too high and not keeping with the feel and kind of spirit of the East St. Paul community, which is why I moved here from a very small lot as well too. And given how close I live to the development, I'm not in favor of that as well. And also my wife is not present for this, but she also opposes this as well too.
Thank you. Shelley Morris of 110 Dorcon Drive.
She's not online.
Okay. Caitlin and Stephen Crampton of Elliott Road.
Yeah, we don't need to say anything, but we are opposed.
Okay, does Stephen wish to speak?
He's on here separately, so I don't know if he's unmuted as well. We're not together right now.
Okay, we just had them, we had both of you under the one email address.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, he's opposed as well, but
Okay.
he's listening separately, so.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Jamie Jacek and Sean McIntosh of Gray Road.
Hi.
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead.
My husband and I are both opposed for the reasons that everybody else has raised.
Okay. Does your husband wish to speak?
I'm opposed, so.
Okay. Thank you. Dan Kerr of Ridgeview Place. John Ness of Benham Way.
Hello.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Yes, my wife and I are both opposed. She's not here at the present.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that's all I have by way of online opposition. I was going to go over the once again, Suzanne, that we called before. Jim Campbell.
As answered, but they did not give you their name.
He's got the same address as Katerina Kowalchuk, but they did sign in with different email addresses. Okay, Ryan and Kelly Rochelle. Harvey and Jan Rochelle. Maria Muzia. She left. Okay. Carla and Alan Stanish. William Rubenek. It's with HR. And Shelley Morris.
I was there, but his microphone is muted.
Still can't, okay. So, Mr. Rubenek, if you're trying to speak, you're muted. And Shelley Morris. All right, we'll move on to the last grouping, and that's those people that are wanting to speak, originally had signed in to speak for information. There's quite a few names here, both online and on the sign-in. And we'll start with the sign-ins here. And so when you speak, and if you choose to speak, please let us know if you want to stay as information or if you've chosen to support or oppose the application. So I'll start with John Crawford of Wallace Avenue. Hi, come on up. Nice to have people in council, by the way.
Yeah, I'd like the group to being opposed to the development. I feel that they're sitting on a beautiful piece of property that could be developed very nice, and there's lots of excellent examples in East St. Paul, Pritchard Farm, Southlands, Countryside. They're all beautiful developments, and if they came back to the table with a development like that, it would be approved right away. And there's such a demand for beautiful properties outside of Winnipeg that there'd be no trouble selling them. It would be a hit, and that's my main comment. And I basically agreed with most of the, like all the opposing statements.
Thank you. Alan Park of Wallace Avenue.
Thank you. I've been a longtime resident here for 40 plus years. I've seen many proposals from developers come and go through this council chamber. And a lot of what I was going to talk about, all this paper has all been, well, the majority has been spoken about from everybody. I would like to say though that I will change from for information to opposed. And a lot of the information that I gleaned from Derek Eno and some of his comments that he made, Red River Planning, who are probably the preeminent source around here, they do not approve this. They talk about issues about the wastewater treatment plant, conditional land uses, multiple family development locations, the zoning, etc. Manitoba transportation and infrastructure. They have concerns in regards to traffic noise, exhaust emissions, hazardous goods, potential spills, all which would require mitigative measures. Manitoba Municipal Relations, the Planning Committee, they have issues about the R125, which everybody has spoken about, as opposed to the current R117 that we have out here. Their comments are existing service capacity issues currently limit increased density, infill development opportunities. These are the point folks that were supposed to go out and come up with comments. Also, the RMV St. Paul, the documents I read, minimal or no information from the applicant. So their comments were related to wastewater, potable water, traffic, drainage, density, as well as the East St. Paul Fire Department. Well, they had several issues with their ability to provide adequate fire suppression and first responder service should this be approved. I also had a major concern in regards to wastewater, potable water. The issue I have with potable water, it seems to be, it's difficult for me to comprehend that the well on the former golf course would provide adequate water for 6,000 plus occupants for this development without causing adverse effect on the water aquifer, the source for the existing private wells, residential wells in the area. So those are some of the concerns that I have. And I understand now that when we're finished with all this, council is going to have a very difficult and important decision to make today. Approving this rezoning application will be one thing, but be rest assured that every other developer who have large tracts of land within East St. Paul, such as the Southlands area east of Mowat to Raleigh, Imperial Oil from the west side of Raleigh, the farm property from Rebec to Mowat, the countryside crossing, the second phase, they will all come forward with similar types of proposals to maximize their profit, increase the density and the strain on the municipal services, and change our long-established character that we have in our community forever. With that, thank you.
Rolf Kapust, Benham Way.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what Mr. Parks said. Again, if you approve this 25-foot lots, you're setting a dangerous precedent. Just like he said, every developer is going to now want to get in line and want to do their developments with 25-foot lots to maximize profit. So again, you're going to go down that path. It's going to happen right here, right? And whether you do this or not, they're going to do it anyway. So that's all I got to say.
Holly Kapust.
I just wanted to reiterate the same concerns with the aquifer as well. And I did bring this up in the Zoom meeting also. And in bringing up the concern with the water, I asked about issues with the drought seasons, issues with personal wells, and then increased contamination if we're drawing down more water with the wells. When asking this, I know Jeff did respond. He did have concerns in additional water sampling, and studies did need to be conducted. I just wanted to raise awareness to everybody else that that's still needs to be done, and there are still some concerns. It's not a guarantee right now. My other rather pointed question I have is when Michelle discussed that she was supposed to have communications with the municipality for this proposal, and it was brought up from the municipality that it was no communication happened. Who dropped the ball on that, and moving forward, will better communication and increased relationships be improved? As in, like, if that happened before this, I feel a lot of our questions probably could have been resolved. Just after hearing the trust speak, I feel a lot more supportive of the development. That wasn't reiterated before, and I'm just concerned about that issue and that relationship moving forward. Other than that, I'm still not opposed, not against. Thanks.
So you're staying as for information?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, I know we can ask questions of the applicant when they come back, but I know this has come up a few times in questions, what Holly just mentioned on the comments about the inability to facilitate the meetings. I don't know, look at our CAO if you want to speak to those comments, because they have come up previously today several times, and I'm not sure at this point, maybe it'd be good to address those.
No, I can address those. We were in conversations with the trust and Ms. Richards prior to the application going in. Unfortunately, we were not unable to find a timeline that worked for their group and our group, where we could sit down and have council and their group present together and have a conversation. We were hoping to have that prior to the application going in. Unfortunately, the application went before we were able to set those dates.
How much of a timeline did we have from the first time they reached out to speak with us?
I'd have to go back through the emails that we have. It wasn't a large period of time.
Ms. Nichols?
I have the timelines here. So myself and Jen met with Michelle Richards on November 1st, and then we went back and forth with some emails to make a meeting with council and administration, who's our director of infrastructure. But then the application was submitted December 6th, so within 4.5 weeks. And once the application is submitted, council can, of course, move it.
Lawrence Morris. Welcome our former REIT to council.
Council, I had just one question to ask, and that is,
Has an environmental review been done? If not, why not?
Thank you. And again, to those posing questions, the applicant will have the opportunity to respond to what they've heard. Dave Storschek of Sparing.
Just put down as information and was hoping to get some more information. I think it's hard to make a decision opposed or with the decision based on the information. I think it's still a blank slate, so it's very difficult for me to kind of make a decision either way. So still for information.
Stay with information. Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't ask Mr. Morris. Did you still want to stay with information
We heard the option to change my mind.
by the end of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Gary Rebeck, Rebeck Road. Gee, any coincidence there?
Fine.
He's gone for the night? Okay. Norm Paulson, Forest Hill. Jim Robson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mayor Hart.
If you want to take your mask off, you can. If you choose, if you want to leave it on by choice, you can also do that. Jim.
There you guys. We're used to this.
People
eh?
just have a harder time here.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to respect Derek Eno. I haven't seen him for a long time. The Pegwis delegation, I thought you did a good job, but a little bit incomplete, and all the residents that showed up here. Now, I've lived in this municipality for approximately 70 some odd years. I've seen a lot. I've participated in a lot. I'm not a pushover. Policeman for 30 years, so I'm very respectful of everybody's idea. I'm not going to oppose the people that want to develop that, but they certainly have a lot more work to do. Now, some of the things I'd like to bring to your attention, and this is just for information, but before I go there, option B. I'm sorry, I'm not too informed as to what the other perspective might be if this is rejected. I'd like somebody to answer that question for me later, if they could. Nobody spoke about the access to this development. I'm very familiar with the golf course because Johnny Bueller and company brought me into their circle about it, just for information. I thought they did a great job on that golf course. I was disappointed to see what happened, but they did have problems. And one of them was water. Lots of problems with it. There's nothing wrong with the water, but it's not in the right place for them to work with. I made a lot of notes here, but they've all been covered. An environmental impact study, I don't know if that's been done or not, but it very well should be if it hasn't already. The accessibility to this place is just terrible. You've got Wenzel Road on the back side, on the east side. Well, that separates Springfield. I don't know if there's any residents here from Springfield, but they're just going to have as much interest in this as the people here tonight. Schreimer's Greenhouse, when they opened their doors next door to me, they had so much traffic in the summertime that they had to get the police over there. I mean, it was really bad, but they're doing a good business. They got a good operation. And I always think now what's going to happen with the access to where these houses they want to put and development. Well, the problem they're going to have is with the Manitoba government. I won't go too much further there, but the Manitoba government denied access to the old hotel site. Broken Head community owned that, and they wanted some access to that, and they wouldn't give it to them. So they had a big demonstration out in front of my place, and I thought they were demonstrating because of something I had done. I went and had a chat with them, and it was because they couldn't get access into their property. Well, it's right next door or in the vicinity of where this development goes. So the people that are on this development committee definitely have to speak to the government of Manitoba. And it's going to be difficult. I'll warn you about that. As far as the resources go, you've got, everybody's mentioned it, sewer and water, education, policing, fire. That all comes with a ticket price. Well, you're not going to help me if I don't help you. And I know for a fact that we could use some help in this municipality with the sewer. There's lots of water. I'm not going to say any more on that one, but it has to get to point B. So they can use some help there if that might be a consideration to discuss. Now, this development is open 365 days a year. Shriners is only open for half that amount of time. Look at the problems that the municipality has incurred because of the congestion with traffic. Nobody could tell us today in any actual fact of the number of homes and businesses. But one thing I did pick up on was they talked about a front piece of property at this development plan, and it was concerning a commercial strip at the front. You're going to have to be a little bit more elaborate on that because the southerly winds blow everything into the town of Birdsell, everything. So I have no idea what that's going to be all about, but you should concern yourself for that. The sewer treatment, well, that's something you'll have to discuss in a little bit more detail because I would like the development committee to maybe assist you with some of your problems too, if you're going to assist them with some of theirs. Now I found this interesting. I don't know where they got the facts here. 20 to 43% usage of water in East St. Paul. I can't comment on it, but I was very surprised to hear it because I have been involved with the people that monitor that water for many, many years. And where I am, water is 12 feet down. I got so much water, you don't have to worry about it. Whereas on the other areas of the community, it's very delicate. The water down by the golf course, you know this or not, but it's got alkaline in it. Is it very good? It's a challenge, but people are dealing with it. So we're going to have to look into that. I'm not against the development, but there has been enough information here provided today to me to say that I support it. And again, I'd like to hear this option B when it comes about. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Rempel? I think they left. Helen Rempel? McGregor Farm, yeah, I think they're in front, yeah. Bernie Rempel, Chase Drive? That's it for in chambers that I have on my list. Is there anybody else who wanted to add their name to for information? Mike, come on forward, sir. Can somebody grab this and, oops, can you pass that over to Jen and get a name? Oh, you know what, give me that back. Give me that back. I recognize Chuck Henry.
Councilman Edwards, Chief Blackwell, and those in opposition.
I'm sorry, did you say you were in opposition?
No, those in opposition. There's a lot of information here that is covered, and one of the last speakers spoke of a very concerning thing that I'm concerned about. It too really concerns me, but water in this municipality has been a problem since I moved here 50 years ago. And two types of water, aquifer and surface water. Where this location of development is, it's like a ghetto, except it's a high-end ghetto at the present time. And that's going to add to the already big problem of water on McGregor Farm Road, and all that back water has to come down, comes down through my ditch, or Autumn Creek, so whatever it's called. And they've had a problem meeting when golf course was running. Excuse me for just come up with a little bit of treatment, so I'm a little concerned. We should be concerned because our aquifer is depleted. I think the provincial government had this municipality put in a couple cells here in the water treatment plant. That has to be looked at, that one. Well, that they got there, that is not going to be. How many units they're going to have there? Like 2.5. That's going to be 3,000 or 4,000 people. That's going to add to the sewer, and it's going to add to breakdowns. And when that happens, it's going to affect the aquifer. This aquifer is recharged in the Birchfield pit here, runs down almost parallel to Knowles Avenue and turns and goes to the White Shell. There's another aquifer that comes up from the Red River and comes in around, and they both kind of meet. That is the provincial government house. And the fresh water is being depleted. Oh, I think it goes about a foot every year, so 50 years. You multiply from the Turner Highway, goes north, and that is all a problem. And I appreciate what Pecos was trying to do, but 25-foot frontage lots and double that up when they put up duplexes and things like that. That doesn't enhance the municipality. It needs it. And what I would like to see is that make it easier and nicer for us, all people are on the level here. Let's have it there. In my lot, in order for me to develop, was 190 feet, 9-foot frontage. Really, I have to go and cut it down. And other people was 137 foot frontage. And now we're getting down to over there off Hodnut Road. Well, we've got density housing. And it got through. But are we wanting to have what we have across the municipality there? You see now row housing they got there? That is terrible. Then the people will put position for a bus company over here. Use buses. Oh, we'll use bicycles then. It drives me nuts there. They want to make a profit, and I want to live here. And anything that goes wrong, once they get that development through, we, the taxpayers, are going to have to pay for it. We're going to have to increase the public works department. We're going to have, there's no fire hydrants there. That like we're in the 21. Give us another 5 years. We're almost at mid-century. We got to have fire hydrants, minimum coverage. Fire hydrants aren't the answer, but there are a stopgap. How are we going to relay water over that? How many units are there? We got enough. All it takes is 2. And we got a big highway, the most traveled highway in the province of Manitoba right beside us. I mean, things happen. And there's no access. 1, 2. 2 is dangerous. 1 is not too bad. But then everybody along that McGregor Farm Road is going to have to suffer. I could think of a lot of other things, but water is my concern, has been since I live here. My counselor is in the area where the developer put in shallow wells. All of them are going to have to, in the very near future, rebuild their wells. And he says it's 12 feet. No. To get good water, you gotta go 125 to 300 feet. And yes, there's alkali. And the more you take out, the stronger the alkali. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. Those things are all addressed. And I think it's wrong that they can come here without having gone through council and have a thing, and we'll take this out here, this bothering people, and they'll pass it, and then Red River does what the hell's going on anyways, and they'll make us council, our council, pass it. And I think it's wrong. They should come to the council. Here are the ones that are closest to the community. Not river planning. River planning is a way of getting out of a difficult situation. They're making us have a difficult situation right now. I just wish that they had the guts. They go before him. They should have known venture, sold that property. I was here when they did that too. So I'm not going to be here by far. So somebody else like me is going to be here. And I think it's going to address some of these concerns and to make them really a part of our community, not a gated community. We don't need those gated communities. We're not in the United States of America. And then we want to hire police. Who's working for that? Not them. You, all of us who pay taxes. And not everybody pays taxes. And that little commercial property, that's for the gas farm. We don't need tax free. I think in a few years, we'll be driving electric vehicles. We're penalized for having that. Anyways, you understand what I'm talking about. I don't drink anymore, so it's okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
50 years, we had a problem with gas and water. That was a real issue. And then everybody laughed at me. We had a bash plan over here in the big side here. Oh, you having a lot of property. Oh, they want to move it to one day. And then they moved it again. They get just right. That's, trying to bring up issues that are concerns. I was just trying to make something about that property. I don't know. I remember the farmer guy who was running that property. He said, I said, why are you lying to people for basics? Belongs to the natives. What's wrong with that?
Councillor has a question.
Okay, go.
Yeah, Mr. Henry, you mentioned the aquifer, but you had mentioned earlier the overland flooding and drainage is a big problem up there.
It's a big problem. We haven't had it because we had a drought for the last 5 to 7 years. But I remember we had boats, we had pumps to try and get it over to my side of the highway, down my right away. And that has never been cleaned out because they can't access it. All summer long, water is in that ditch.
So another question you have for them is how they'll deal with
Address
drainage
that.
because
Exactly.
the area can't take water.
The surface water is provincial government, municipalities have run it to the Red River floodway. Now they said, no, nothing goes into our floodway. They put up all access, and now it runs all the way out down to the Red River. And we are at almost like this, a teeter totter. And it's all going to come back. I think the sheriffs are there just because they wanted. They just take it down to and then cross the thing with chariots so that and to put in those new big culverts just to carry it. Once or twice they used, but not the same. They're not going to use it this year. This year we had the most water. Yeah, had people on the Great Farm Road. They couldn't get driving to the driveway.
Good, thank you.
Great, thank you. Could I ask Mr. Henry, do you wish to stay for information?
Yes, I'm going to stay as long as I can keep away. Yeah.
questions, I guess, for some information?
No, not right now, sir. If you wish to take them out in the hallway, maybe you can speak to them there, but not in chambers. So we have a number of people signed in online now to speak for information or registered for information. So we're going to start that list right now. Ryan, do you have any more foolscap? Right? Can I get a couple more pieces? I've run out of foolscap. Oh, oops. Thank you. All right, the first names we have is Pat and Jerry Shepherd.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my husband and I are both here and we're opposed for all the
Okay.
reasons already specified.
All right, so we'll move you from for information to opposed.
Right.
Okay. Does Gary wish to speak?
Are you here, Gary? I guess he just left the room, but he's opposed as well.
Okay, thank you. Jeanette Richter on Benham. Go in there. David and Katie Racine on Bricker Avenue. Hello, can you hear us?
Turn their mic off.
It looks like you just turned your microphone on. Can you try and switch it on?
Hi, can you hear us now?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Hi, it's David Steen and my wife Katie is right beside me. We have a question and a comment, and the question is like directed towards the trust. Because if the rezoning is declined, will the trust move straight to option 2, or will there be an opportunity to revise and submit the rezone application?
Okay, I will leave that for the applicant to answer in their rebuttals, should they choose to.
Thank you.
And our comment is, we echo many of the same concerns that have already been raised, such as the lot sizes and the lack of planning with respect to schools and services. We're also concerned about the potential drawdown effect on our well, as we're a resident in close proximity to the proposed development. That's all. Thank you.
Thank
We will, we change our option towards the end after the hearing.
Can you say that again, please?
We'd like to change, we'd like to stay as for information until the end of the hearing.
Okay, are you going to stay online until the end today?
Yes, yes.
Because that'll be your only change to change it back tonight while we're still online.
Yep.
Okay. Next one is Susan Horst on Elkhart Lane.
Everybody needs to unmute.
Okay, if you're online, we can see you there. You just need to unmute. We still can't hear you. We'll come back. Len Ganetsky. Ashley Wozniak, McGregor Farm Road.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hi. So I'd like to stay as for information, but there's just a couple of things. I mean, I think that in general, so we would back onto this development. We are definitely for development of the meadows. It would be great if the developer and the municipality could work together to get to a solution here. So, you know, when I attended the first webinar and I heard from the developers their thoughts, and they appear to be really committed to work with the municipality. And so from my perspective, if we can find a way to show that the municipality is committed to working with the developers and the developers are committed to working with the municipality, that is the best way forward here. So I know that there's a lot of concerns about the density and all of those different things, but I do think we do need to consider the fact that Winnipeg is growing, and at some point we're going to have to think about adjusting, you know, how the municipality looks. And so if there's a way to provisionally approve rezoning conditional on approval of the subdivision plan, that at least makes both parties work together, as opposed to what feels a little bit more like a he said, she said, or a she said, or however you want to put it, which is how it's coming across. And so I'd really like to see the two parties work together.
Thank you, Ashley. Mike Kraniak, Pritchard Farm Road. Are you there, Mike? Can't hear you if you're speaking. Check your mic. Mute. Pat Rogers, Wozni Street. Randy Kilpatrick, Jadestone Place. Okay, so he could have, all these people could have kind of stepped away from their computers, and if you're on mute and you hear us, Randy Kilpatrick. Candace Semenick on Fieldberry Way. Steve Belasia, Benham Way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
You can.
Just a couple of comments, if I may. I just want to begin by saying that I approve of the most recent developments in our community, like Gateway and Hudson Bay, Wills Way and Southlands. And I approve because it increases our current property values while creating a bigger tax base for our municipality. I also want to commend the East St. Paul administration for ensuring that these developments are in keeping with a consistent spirit and design that enhances our community and increases our property values once again. I would also like to support future developments, which is why I attended the first presentation of the proposed Meadows housing development. I did, however, have a number of concerns with the proposed plan. And it wasn't because of the aquifer, and it certainly wasn't because of the traffic egress or the garbage or snow removal, and it certainly wasn't because of that they didn't account for transit bus access. I will leave all those concerns to our municipal professionals and authorities that have done an outstanding job of overseeing and managing all the permitting, environmental testing, and engineering that allows for the proper development of our great community. My concern was that the overall proposed plan looks out of place and it does not fit within our community environment. The high density plan in a rural environment is like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And an example of that, for example, is the Pegwa Street north of Costco. There are developments there that are 4 to 5 stories, multifamily row housing, and it's aesthetically an eyesore and surely devalue our current properties. So I would vehemently oppose that. I am also opposed to the secrecy surrounding the trust and its unknown partner that contributed to the purchase of the property. I believe there needs to be full transparency in all aspects of developments of this nature. I hope there will be a redesign of this property that will fit into our community and one that East St. Paul community can certainly support. But on that basis, my vote for redevelopment is opposed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Belasia. We'll move you to opposed.
Yes.
Randy Whiter, Kedian Drive.
There, but not.
Okay, Randy Whiter, Kedian Drive.
Did indicate in an earlier chat that we would like to be moved to opposed instead of for information.
Okay.
In a chat.
In a chat, I'm not sure if maybe I need some advice here from our staff on moving somebody from for information based on a chat message.
It's a bit of uncharted territory, Madam Mayor. Not sure if that would be the same as an email or.
Text.
I think it would be hard to verify exactly who the person is over a chat as opposed to. So I'm sure you can accept it.
Okay. I'll heed that advice and leave it as that. I know his email and phone number are here. If maybe somebody wants to give him a call and tell him to dial in, or talking to him would be sufficient over the phone. Okay. Mr. Eno says if you talk to him over the phone and confirm his message in chat. Next is Jim Kibiuk of Spaddock Road. Patty Reed of Agar Avenue. And Lisa Klaus, Escar Place.
I was just looking to have more information.
Okay, you want to stay obviously where you are, and you just want to, do you want to give us any comments at this point, Lisa?
Well, I had just noticed that the chat was turned off, so I was concerned that there was something we were missing. The chat was disabled.
The chat was disabled?
Yes.
Okay, our IT people are saying it was not.
Oh, okay. All right.
And we've had lots of messages be sent in. Can we hear any comments you want to add now in person instead of chat?
Oh, no, that's fine. No,
okay,
thank you. Some more for information. Thank you.
Okay. Sandy Comrie of Orkney Place. Mike Olchuk. Winsome Row.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Just for information, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kissel, Benham Way.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. You know what? This has been interesting. Keep hearing the word transparency. I don't know if everybody knows what that means, but you know what? I've got a lot of concerns that have been addressed already. But you know what? When you hear things like they haven't had a chance to sit down and discuss with the RM, got concerns about that. And I wonder if you guys can explain to me, like when you look at the option 1 and option 2, what does a yes vote mean versus what does a no vote mean?
We'll let the applicant answer that at the end of our speakers. That's up to them to provide that if they choose to in their closing.
Okay, because right now I was at a needs information, but I'm going to go to, my wife and I are going to vote opposed.
Okay. We'll move you to opposed.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And also the chat is disabled. Oh, I think it's back on. Thanks.
Okay. Next is Jim Wastakut, Pequas.
online but muted.
Jim, if you're speaking, you're muted. We're online here. Next is Leanne and Jeff Tranmer.
Madam Mayor, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'll be quick. I know that we've all been here for a long time this evening, and that just shows me everyone's commitment to this community, which is what we love. We moved here this fall because we love what East St. Paul represents. We love the lot sizes, we love the community, the reverence for nature. And we signed on today as for info because we really wanted to be able to support the Peguis Trust and welcome you to the community as well. We would love to see more people have the opportunity to live in East St. Paul. I'm deeply sorry to say that at this time, we do have to move ourselves to the opposed list. The reasons for that are the information just didn't come tonight. There doesn't seem to be a strong plan in place in how to support these people. So we heard talk about building a community for families and for people and having green space, but then there was no plans to back that up as far as infrastructure. Everyone's touched on it. Craig spoke very eloquently earlier. Also schools, we have a young child and another on the way. And so we know that there is already a lack of schools in the area. So the plans don't just seem to be in place. The other two reasons I unfortunately had to change to opposed were hearing that please go ahead and approve it to R25. We probably won't use it all. It's my experience that it's a very poor way to enter a business deal to say, just sign on the dotted line and then we probably won't use that, but we might. That doesn't make sense and it doesn't seem to operate in good faith. So that was a bit disappointing. And then to hear that the parties hadn't been able to met. Obviously, we are a community that is very involved in communicating with each other and we wanted to have an opportunity to be heard. And those opportunities just didn't exist. There was no consultation. Even the council wasn't able to meet with the developers ahead of time. And those are just concerning things. When you want to welcome someone to your community, you want to do it on good faith and based on communication. And I'm not sure why those things didn't happen or why they weren't prioritized. I'm not opposed to changing my vote in future. We would love to see the community expand, but that needs to be done in an open and honest way with information sharing. And just sign on the dotted line, trust me, doesn't quite resonate for me. So unfortunately, I'm not able to agree in good faith this evening.
All right, thank you, Leanne. Does Jeff wish to speak as well?
He would, thank you, one moment.
Yes, thank you. The only thing I wanted to say is that some people spoke about, the idea of having different types of housing and the development, and that's great. But I'd also like to speak about having different types of communities around Winnipeg. The last thing I want to see is East St. Paul being developed the way the south of the city has been developed, because Manitobans need choice around the city of Winnipeg and what types of communities that they want to build. They can't all look the same. And that's what the new development kind of looks like. It's just going to be more of the same that we see in the south. And eventually it's all going to be the same community that surrounds Winnipeg. And that's not good for choice. It's not good for community. And that's not good, I think, for Manitobans. So it's not why we moved here. We moved here because of East St. Paul, because of the character. And we want to sort of keep developments in the spirit of East St. Paul. So that's why we're changing our vote from for information to opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Margot Petro of Oakwood Walk. Mary Struck.
Speaking to that.
Hello, somebody talking there? Mary's there. Hi, Mary, can you hear us?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I signed up for more information, and my husband is that too. I'm a very detailed person. Before I make any decisions, I do like to hear all the details. And you know, at the beginning of the presentation, unfortunately, there was the audio problem, so I didn't hear really a lot of what option number one was, but from the questions and concerns that are being raised, I believe that that would be our same questions too. And I guess we were able to hear more clearly when option number two was being discussed. And really, I don't know, or I didn't hear much of the details either for option number two. So basically, you know, one of the comments that was made before is what would happen if option number one wasn't selected, then, you know, what would happen then? You know, would automatically option number two be decided on? So that's, you know, definitely a question that I would have. And so a lot of the questions that were, you know, being posed about the water supply around here, we're on a private well, so the impact of more water being drawn is certainly an issue or a question for me. So you know, like I said, a lot of the questions and concerns are that were said already are our questions and concerns. So I'm hoping that you know, as again I said, that I'm a detailed person, and I just like to hear some of the answers, the responses, and hopefully before decision is made that you know, a lot of the answers can be given to us. So I think I just want to stick with more information right now, and I'm not for and I'm not against. I just until I hear more of the details is when I can make my decision. And I think my husband says the same thing too. So
Right,
thank you.
Yeah, so Mary, we didn't have a second name registered along with you. It's just yourself.
Okay. And did you want the my husband's name on there?
Is he there?
Yes, he is. Yes.
If you can bring him to the microphone.
Oh, I'll gladly do that. Yep.
Hello. Hi there,
Hi there, who am I speaking with?
Larry Kachon.
I can't hear you. You're too far away from the mic.
Oh, it's Larry Katchen.
Could you spell the last name, please?
Kachan.
Okay. And
Great,
could I have Larry please tell me what he would like to identify as?
Yes, one moment.
Opposition, support, or information?
It's more information, please.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Janet Chaboter.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Yes, would like to change my vote from for information to opposed for many of the reasons as previously stated, and really for the applicant for not providing enough information to really understand what the plans are going to be. And I still don't really understand why they were not able to submit an application that provided more information on what the subdivision would be like, as opposed to just doing the rezoning. I'm still not clear on that. My husband, who is here with me Ed Shaboter would also like to give his vote.
And my vote is also a no, providing that they supply some more information. And
Okay. You'd also, Ed, you'd also like to be registered as opposed?
I am registered as opposed, yes.
Okay, we got you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sean Kent from Broken Head, Ojibwe. Sorry, did you say no? Yeah, no. Wayne Mason of Bricker Avenue. Greg Bertholet of Rebec Road. Bernie and Monique Rempel of Chase Drive.
Hi, yes, we're here.
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
While we entirely support the development of both commercial and residential on this property, we'd like to see the applicant meet with the RM due to the unique option this particular applicant has to exercise with their right to create an urban reserve. If the applicant is truly wanting to work with the RM and the residents of East St. Paul, we'd like to see the application temporarily withdraw and have them meet with the RM, resubmit an application that includes rezoning, a development plan, and possibly the utility proposal, if that's what they're looking to go forward with. I feel that additional information would enable the RM and the residents to then fully support their development request. And so we would like to change our vote from information to opposed temporarily, or at this time, I guess. And I also would like to just add one question, if the developer would like to answer it in their closing remarks. I did participate in both trust meetings over Zoom, and they were very different from each other. The first one focusing very much on the development detail, and then the second one barely discussed it and changed to the rezoning discussion. So I would like to understand why that occurred. Was it because of the opposition they received in the first meeting? Or was it something like, who recommended the change? How did that change come about? That today's meeting too is strictly for rezoning and no longer any of the details about the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, you said your husband also wanted to move to opposed?
Yes, he's here.
Is he there? We could just have him say that, please.
Yes, this is Bernie, and I would like to be opposed as well. A lot of the questions have been raised with others too, and the biggest one is just, I don't feel that the developer is understanding what East St. Paul is as a community. And I think if they go back and meet with council and others, I think that they could definitely come up with a better proposal.
Thank you. Next up is Helen and Dietrich Rempel, McGregor Farm Road.
sorry,
We have
this is Monique Rempel again. That's my
Okay.
in-laws, and they will remain as information. They're not
Okay.
present.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they were on the sign-in one. They came in person as well, so they're signed in twice, the Rempels. Jan and Karen Noble. Laura Coe. Wallace Avenue.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi. I would like to change to opposed as well for many of the great reasons that were brought up this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Russell of Rebec Road. Bev Smith of Rabbit Creek Road. No. Sylvia Watchko of Bowen Avenue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Sylvia, go ahead. Yep.
Hi, my husband Brian is here as well. I would like to change my vote to opposed, please.
All right. Is Brian there?
Yes, I am. It's Brian Watchko, and I'd like to share a few words with council. I would like to register my vote as opposed.
Okay, go ahead.
And I think a lot of the sentiments have been already shared. And I think the lack of transparency that's been emphasized by the developers, but still having a 1/3 silent partner does raise some concerns, I think, in general with many people. I think any kind of development of this scale with such considerations for density, water testing should be done in advance to provide some assurances that they're not just speculating on what might possibly happen or what capabilities are there with wells and stuff like that. So I would like to see the developers come back with a more concrete plan. I think by going with just a zoning change, it does create a sense of writing a blank check that anything can be done moving forward. And I've heard the comments of option 1 and then option 2 going with an urban reserve. My concern is not really with option 1 or option 2, but just the way the message has been communicated that if we don't get our way with option 1, we're going with option 2. And I just want to share something for everybody and for council that even with option 2, this is off the federal government website. Some of the key elements with going with option 2 is that the land usage still has to be fitting of the surrounding areas. Some of the concerns that have to be addressed before getting approval for option 2 is that there has to be no significant environmental concerns. And I think those haven't been resolved when it comes concerning with water. There's been a lot of speculation as far as what capacities and availability there is, but no actual water testing has been done recently to determine the drawdown effects of the residents that are directly affected in that area. The other thing with forming an urban reserve is best efforts have to be made to address any concerns of the municipal, provincial, or territorial governments. So the fact that the zoning is still in question and that is of concern with the municipality and of its residents, that would be something that would still have to be raised with going with option 2. So I hope that the new owners come back with a more reasonable plan. And if they do proceed with option 2, they are still looking at the zoning is what it is today, unless it passes. So I don't think that is still an impasse if they want to go with option 2. So I hope that the new landowners can maybe show some planning and come forth with what they're looking to do and present that as a whole plan, as opposed to just going one piece at a time. Because at any point, they could exercise the following. They could switch to option 2 at any point. So if the zoning did get approved and they didn't get the type of residential housing that that wasn't approved at the next stage, they could still exercise that other option. So I think it's better if they could come back with a full plan. And I hope that they can come back with something that is fitting of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Mary Hamilton of Mowat Road. Matthew Honestchuck, North Hill Drive. Kim and Kevin Gonsalves of Oliver Street.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I just typed in the chat too, because I wasn't sure if I was missed or not. Yeah, me and my husband have been listening all evening, and we'd like to change our vote from informational to opposing for all the items listed, including also as well potential further restrictions that our kids could face getting onto soccer teams and sporting events due to oversaturated communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I hear from Kevin that he also wants to move to oppose, please?
Absolutely. Can you hear him?
Hi, yep, I absolutely agree at this time, changing to opposed.
Thank you. Nathan Neufeld of McGregor Farm Road.
Yeah, just changing from more information to opposed.
Okay. John Zajac of Ridgeview Place.
Hi there, thank you. Thank you, council presenters and everyone who is presenting both pros and cons to the development. I entered this meeting wanting more information, and didn't hear anything from the developers that have swayed me to stay either with more information or to support the development. I think it was telling that the Red River planning recommended rejection of the application because it didn't meet some basic requirements. My wife and my young family moved to East St. Paul to avoid high density neighborhoods of the city. And I think this development, as everyone has mentioned, goes contrary to the spirit of why everyone is here in East St. Paul. You know, it begins with the rezoning, and once that rezoning is done, there's no going back. So our family can't support this development in its current form and this rezoning application. It seems the developers is just saying, you know, just trust us. And oftentimes with developers that I've heard, not direct experience, but people who've built in communities where developers have promised the moon, and they often over promise and under deliver. So when they say, you know, we're not all the properties are going to be 25-foot frontage, I just don't trust them and don't believe them. In the schooling issue is an issue. We have young kids at Birds Hill School. What will it mean to the load on Birds Hill School and other schools in St. Paul? But at the end of the day, density is a major concern, and it changes the character of East St. Paul, and it sets a precedent for other development and open tracts of land in the community, that developers are just going to, you know, start submitting requests for high density neighborhoods. And I think the community needs to stand firm that we do not want high density development in East St. Paul. And I think, as other people have mentioned, you know, development is, you know, inevitable, but we've got to control that development. And development like Pritchard Farm and you know, the Hudson Bay area and other recent developments in St. Paul are very pleasant. They respect the spirit and of the municipality, and I think for that reason my family moves from more information to opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Chester Duzak of Elkhart Lane. Hi, Chester, can you hear us? Is he showing muted? I can't hear you if you're speaking, Chester. We'll come back, try you again. Charlie Goodman, Foxgrove.
Good evening.
Hi.
As ratepayer, I've spoken in favor and of some developments and in opposition to many others through the years. And I thank you all, especially council, for having the patience to hear me one more time. First of all, I think we should consider this as a plan for all of East St. Paul, east of Highway 59. Once one development is approved, the density, the character will be reflected in all other development in that area. The density request is not in keeping with the character of East St. Paul, and ratepayers have said over and over again this tonight. The environment here has changed for us in our 30 or 40 years here, from rural to urban, and now it's going to be high density urban. That's not what we want. The utilities, I think council has to look long and hard if they want to have a mixture of municipal and private sewer and water within the municipality. I'm not an expert. I have no idea, but boy, that sounds like a can of worms in the future. Others have expressed that infrastructure, there's going to be problems. Rapid transit, there's been no traffic studies. The recreation facilities are across a busy highway. Active transportation does not extend into that area. The water along Fox Grove Avenue, all the houses are from the 60s, or a lot of them are, and we've been replacing our wells. That's a big investment in our properties, and we want to make sure that any further development that's going to impinge on that takes into account the investments we've already made. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Charlie. Are you remaining as for information?
I was never given the chance when I came in. I was a couple of minutes late, but I am definitely opposed to this density of development. The developer, I would love to have these guys as partners with the municipality.
Thank you. We'll make sure you're marked down as opposed.
Thank you.
Harry Chedderbach of Granite Cove. We're right at the end of the list, but I have some information here. I can't really interpret it. Not sure who wrote it on, but it's a Mark Bannock, and then there's 4 emails. So I need some help from staff to interpret this. And all the emails written in appear to be Peg West Band, Council 3, Council 2, Peg, and some other extension, and S Walker 341 at Hotmail. Do you want to take a look at this, Tamara? You put in. I've got this. And then... Yeah, thank you. Just kind of while we're sorting this out, I think the plan will be, we'll finish with the last few names. I'll go over the list again to see if we can find anybody else who hasn't spoken, and then we'll take another quick break before the applicant is able to present again. Okay. It's online. Yes. Information.
It was just a last minute one and after 4:30. Few times as well. But just never made it on your sheet. I just want to make.
Okay, are any of these people?
Yes. Oh, here's this one. Okay. But they just wanted the email. You can disregard that.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about,
Exactly.
okay, all right. All right, Mark Bannock. Banek. Did I miss anybody that signed in that didn't speak?
Did not sign in.
But she wants to speak, yeah, she can add her name. Yeah, What are you signing in under for information? Opposition, support, or for?
As opposition.
Okay, just give me 1 second, okay?
I came here, I was going to get information, and I encouraged a lot of people to get involved. This is our community. And a lot of the reasons why I'm opposed is just because of the high density and many things that will come out of that. I'm hoping that we all will work together in the future to develop. And that's it.
Okay. Okay, Suzanne, can we just go through this list one more time? These are folks that signed in, but when we looked for them, they weren't online. So let's give it another chance. Jeanette Richter, Benham Way. Susan Vanderhorst, Elkhart Lane. Len Ganetsky, Saddle Ridge Lane. Mike Kraniak, Pritchard Farm Road. I'm sorry?
There is a mic and I will promote him. His mic is on.
Mike Kraniak, are you there? Okay, Pat Rogers, Wozni Street.
No.
Randy Kilpatrick, Jadestone Place.
It's a Randy. His mic is off.
Randy Kilpatrick, are you there? Candace Semenik, Fieldberry Way.
No.
Randy Weeder of Keedian Drive.
If I may, Madam Mayor. We had staff reach out. That was Mr. Weeder was the gentleman who asked to be moved to oppose via chat. I had staff reach out and he did confirm with our staff that he would like to be moved to opposed.
Okay, thank you. Jim Kibiak. Patty Reed. Sandy Comrie. Jim Weistakut of Pegas. Margot Petro, Oakwood Walk. Sean Kent of Broken Head. Wayne Mason, Bricker. Greg Bertholet, Rebec Road. I think Jan and Karen Nobel, Maple Lane. Adam Russell, Rebec Road. Deb Smith, Rabbit Creek Road. Larry Hamilton, Mowat Road. Matthew Honestchuk, North Hill Drive. Chester Nduziak, Elkhart Lane.
He's there. I've just asked him to unmute.
Okay. Chester, are you there? Perry Chedderbrock, Granite Cove. And Mark Bannock. Right. Suzanne, is it possible? Like, I don't know if you can send a message to all I guess if they're listening, they hear, right? If there's somebody that's online that we haven't called their name and they wanted to register themselves for any one of the 3 positions or someone we missed, if you're out there, speak now. All right. I think she spoke. Let me find where she was registered. Yeah. She's registered in opposition. Are you there, Shelley?
Hello?
Hi, Shelley.
Hi. Yeah, I think I was registered for information. I've listened to the presentations tonight, and I also attended the webinar last Thursday. And, you know, there's many concepts in the proposal that I think are of interest, but based on what I heard tonight, I would have to oppose, but I would certainly encourage the developer to meet with the RM and perhaps come back with a proposal that has minimums more in keeping with the current RM. So, you know, I don't want to discourage the developer. They've obviously gone to a lot of work, but I think there has to be a little more congruence with our existing municipality. And that's it.
Thank you. I did have you registered in opposition, so you are there.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Nobody else is left. Now, would they have to send you a chat or message to say, yes, I'm here and I want to speak?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That extends our list. I don't think there's anybody online or here that hasn't had the opportunity. So we'll take a quick recess before the developer applicant is allowed to come back and address any of the questions and comments that they heard. You to invite whoever you want back to the microphone from your team.
Thank you, Mayor Hart. Andrew will be joining me. So what I'd like to do first is just, and we're a little confused, but I think this is an opportunity to sort of, we heard lots this evening about making sure that there's a proper sharing of information and to together. Sort of clarify how we arrived at where we arrived. We started the conversation on October 14th with East St. Paul and Red River Planning District. We reached out again on October 26th. We were advised on November 1st that there's a moratorium on development, and through those conversations that we did have, I think we arrived collectively at an understanding that it would be appropriate for us to be pursuing the rezoning application only. And we have emails to support that basis. And my comments here are not intended to criticize, but I think, to put forward a foundation to move forward. We again reached out on November 24th. On November 30th, we were advised by General that you as council could not meet till January. So all of these things kind of combined led us to two things. Number one was that we were going to be pursuing the rezoning only, and that was a direct result of the information received on the moratorium on development, and that we would be moving forward in the spirit and intent that we had communicated in several emails to Red River Planning District and East St. Paul, and by several, I mean several. We also did meet with them, and I thought it was quite good. We have spent a great deal of time trying to define and engage in what we consider to be a collaborative planning process. And, maybe there's been some confusion and everybody's tired, but at one point in the process, we were advised by Red River Planning that they just are there to facilitate the paperwork. And then we were advised by East St. Paul that we couldn't enter into a collaborative planning process at this point in time because the timing wasn't right. So all in all that being said, and I'm saying this sincerely, I think our intention at this point is to try to move forward in the spirit and intent that we definitely, I think, and all of our communications have indicated we want to be doing. Just a couple comments in terms of what we think is the basis of confusion. Again, is this uncoupling of applications that usually go together. In terms of density, and I do need to clarify this, it isn't a free-for-all. You do have the ability, the planners will be able to tell you that you do have the tools within your municipal planning toolbox to make sure that you are in control of that. And you can do that through controlling units per acre. You can do that through development agreement. You can do that through a cap on the number of units. There's all sorts of ways that you can deal with that. And just in terms of sort of the process, we know that there's so many unanswered questions. And I think what we want to say again is that we really just want to be working in a way that will end up with a win-win for everyone. And certainly issues such as traffic and schools and recreation and the actual planning for the site plan, all of these things are super important. And we know that. It's just that we've been handed a deck of cards, and this is how we're trying to path through it right now.
Thank you, Michelle. One of, and maybe just to follow on that theme of where we were approaching this, I think in the Red River report, I think it was section 3.1, that was speaking to the concept of servicing. And there was a lack of piped services. There was a lack of a servicing plan, which was seen to be by the Red River Planning Report a detriment. So we certainly in a call tried to address that, and to echo what Michelle said, we understood that Red River Planning was there to push paper, which is fine. In attempting to contact East St. Paul about servicing, received an email that said after rezoning, then we can talk about servicing. So our confusion collectively as a team, and certainly in speaking to the trust, is that why we brought forward these points, we thought it was really important. From a water license point of view, East St. Paul is using less than 20% of their license capacity with the province of Manitoba. If you take out a couple wells, it's 43% of their license capacity. So, water rights license are about using what you need. It's not to hoard a license. So we're confused on our side of it. Certainly as it relates to the wastewater plant, we look in your information on your website about the wastewater treatment plant. There's a planned expansion, and I think that's what Mr. Stuzik was talking about. We wouldn't use up all your expansion. we would be a part of it. So we're confused as it relates to servicing, and yet we're confused why we can't talk about it. So one of the things, though, that was going on before was it truly is a goal of Pegwis to build their own utility. But as we dug into this whole scenario, it just created a lot of confusion. And that's why, in the most sincere terms, there was a willingness and is a willingness to talk to everyone here about potentially helping to solve challenges. And I think what's really important in all this is the trust is a landowner, just like every other landowner in East St. Paul. The trust isn't going away. The trust is going to develop this land. I think it's unfortunate that some people think there was a quote unquote ultimatum that was given. And I think that's really unfortunate when you listen to Councillor Fable and a trustee, Candace McCorster. They said it best. They're here to work, to cooperate, collaborate, and they want to be a part of the community. And it's very difficult, though, in the process that Michelle was speaking to, and certainly the process from a servicing side that we were dealing with. So it's not, and there was a bunch of questions I'd like to just talk about this option 1 and option 2. This for me is really informative, and I think it's really important that we hear what people have to say. But I think it's equally important that everyone understands the nature of this owner, being the Pegwis Real Estate Trust, is going to develop this land. The land won't sit idle. And it's important as neighbors and partners that you understand this. And it's, I think, really unfortunate that some people think that it was an ultimatum. It was being transparent. So the other thing about option, when we talk about a reserve, I mean, it's a fundamental right of a First Nation to create a reserve. The issue, though, I think that is what I'm hearing in these comments, and I think it's important that, you know, we continue to have these discussions, but and a creation of an urban reserve does not stop density in any way, shape, or form. The issue about servicing as it relates to the utility, I think there's lots of options that are here, but Pegwis is just basically saying, we'd like to be at the table and we'd like to talk and we're willing to invest. You know, the important thing in all this is, and maybe it's not important, but there's an option, there's an opportunity to come to the table, invest in the community, try to work with everyone, and we would like to try and do this. If that can't work out, though, it's really, I think it's really important. A reserve is not about density. It's not following zoning laws of a municipality. It's a nation-to-nation conversation at the outset, and that would occur. So we'd like to work with everyone. We'd like to talk with everyone. We've spent time, I think Michelle has noted that. And there's an opportunity, I think that, well, I don't think, I know there's an opportunity we'd like to continue those discussions. Having said that, though, we absolutely respect, and this is stating the obvious, so we absolutely respect the decision and a rejection of a zoning proposal that we put forward. But I think that there are ways that we can collaborate going forward to make sure that the municipality earns the revenues out of this. I mean, potentially, this is a significant increase in money that would come into the community that could be used by you as decision makers for the benefit of everyone. So I guess just in probably closing that, there was some questions that were raised. You know, what would be the intentions going forward? The intentions are we're going to develop this, and if it is an urban reserve, we will move forward. We will work through the processes on a utility. I want to make one thing clear on the utility. The utility was never, ever meant to compete with East St. Paul, ever. And I think there was this confusion. Well, how would you have two utilities? This utility would just be about this particular development. Ultimately, the people that would purchase homes in this development would have to say, do I feel comfortable with a utility that's owned by the Peguis Real Estate Trust versus a municipality. That would be a decision that would be made in the marketing of the project. The only thing was, in a spirit of collaboration, it was a sense of saying there are adjacent landowners that don't have any pipe services, that don't have access to wastewater. And there was a, reaching out and saying that that's an option. If that option is turned away, that is fine. But I think it's important. We aren't trying to compete with you in any way, shape, or form. In fact, it's actually the opposite. Really, and maybe I haven't communicated it clearly, it's we'll sit down and we'd like to work with you on all those factors. So we will move forward with this project. Love to work with East St. Paul. And if we aren't able to do that, we're still neighbors. We still will have to interact with each other in some way. And it's been really beneficial to understand everyone's comments, but I hope we can work together moving forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Council had any questions, maybe before they said that?
Oh.
Yeah, Councillor Devil.
I'll just wait till we go back.
I'm sorry, I should have. We're on the switch, it's getting late.
It's getting late.
I'm on dial-up.
When you're talking about urban reserve, is it not accurate to say that I understand you can move forward with the development, but you would still need to form service agreements with the municipality? The federal government would like to see those service agreements in place before they would implement the land into reserve. And that's just not utilities, that's policing, fire, bylaws, and I believe zoning is part of that, because I don't think that the federal government wants that it's an argument. They want it to be a collaborative approach. So I don't think it's fair to say that 100% it's moving forward. I think there's still negotiations and further ventures that have to be formed between the municipality and the urban reserve that could be created. Is that correct?
Not really. Okay. So certainly if you were looking at the current agreement, say between Peguis and the City of Winnipeg as an example, it would not be reflective of that. So under the additions to reserve creation, there is a set of expectations that are put out. But I think that what needs to be understood is that doesn't mean that the First Nation has to align specifically to the municipality's bylaws per se. It's about a negotiation. And in the Peguis agreement with the City of Winnipeg, it states right there that development is the purview of each of the jurisdictions. So while there's agreement to some level as to the type of development that would go on there, when you wouldn't want to have an asphalt plant next door to a house, for example, it's fully understood that there is no leverage or no ability for the municipality to exercise authority over that First Nation. And in terms of situations where there's a dispute resolution that's actually built into the agreements that sets out how the parties are going to resolve issues as it relates to land use. And just to speak very quickly on services, agreements used to be based on 100% assessment. So it would just be, assessment would be used as a proxy for the cost of services. That's no longer the case. And again, that's the way that how the City of Winnipeg and Peguis agreement is structured, and the Gambler agreement and the City of Brandon agreement as well. So what those agreements do is they actually take a look at what the actual services the First Nation is going to be acquiring. And it's not a guarantee that they would have to have bylaw enforcement officers have their own. They could have their own emergency services. In this particular case, we're talking about own services across the board. And they could have their own land code. So most First Nations now have their own zoning bylaws. So I don't think that it may be as specific or collaborative as you may think. The negotiation is expected to be under good faith, But at the end of the day, the land can convert to reserve without the municipality's support.
Okay, thank you. And then, so if it was B that you guys ventured into, then the development is for membership only, is that correct? Okay. And so I'm just out of curiosity, why go with A opposed to B? You know, being First Nations, why wouldn't they just go straight to B instead of A?
So, so the real estate trust goals that I think it was said very clearly by the chair, Craig Stevenson, it was to generate revenue through the trust for the benefit of future generations of Peguas. This is an opportunity that would fulfill that goal. And that is what the goals were of the real estate trust, is to go out, purchase pieces of land, and to create an economic engine that would be for the long-term benefit. And certainly Meadows would fit that from a piece of land that could be developed. And so that's the reason why. But certainly if it can't be that way, then obviously the fallback is here.
Okay.
Continue.
Yep.
I'm getting tired here. Oh, I think I kind of lost my train of thought there. I apologize. What was my next question? Okay, Oris, go and I'll think about it.
I've just got an issue by what you were saying, that we didn't have time to meet with you guys. Council never, ever said we would meet with you guys till January.
Sorry. I
So
do have emails to that effect.
you guys put in for your application December the 6th, 5th, something like that. So after that point, we are not allowed to meet with you. And I believe there were some dates given and you weren't available too, so.
I think the point is that we started the process in October, and to nobody's fault, it just dragged on.
Well, I don't know, because it seems like you're kind of trying to, you know, poor Peguas is in the middle of this. Kind of like, I don't know, because it seems like you're kind of trying to throw the ball at us.
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. And in fact, I want to make it abundantly clear to you that that's not the intention. We're just confused. And so we want to clear it up, and we want to move forward, and we want to be, you know, as collaborative and involved in a process as you want. So please, like, I don't want it to come across that way. It's getting a little late. It might have come across that way, but that was not my intention.
If that's the worst tonight, we're all good.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I'll echo the same concerns, and you know what, and I think our residents were very astute and said the same things, is it's very unfortunate that the parties didn't have these discussions without talking to staff and getting kind of the background from them on what the timelines were and constraints and the back and forth was. You know, we're kind of sitting here just listening to your comments and not having an opportunity to clarify those points from our staff. But I think with a small application, a month delay, if that's what it was, might not be you know, something looked upon. But one of this size, with the level of concern there is with that, I'm not sure, again, if it was a month or why it wasn't that. Like, I just can't speak to those, but it really would have been a preferred way to have those discussions. There's no question about it, because a lot of the things we heard tonight would have been and could have been cleared up in those meetings, mostly with staff. I mean, these meetings are generally held with our staff who know our infrastructure issues and can speak to those matters.
If I could just comment on that, just to be clear, there was an abundance of communication with your staff. There was meetings, there's meeting minutes. There were several meetings, in fact, like I think, I don't know, 5 in total. Lots of back and forth. And certainly I had somewhat of a level of comfort with that, although again, we had difficulty in getting to the point where we had an understanding of what a collaborative planning process looked like from either Red River Planning District or East St. Paul. Again, I think this just speaks to the oddness of the application and the fact that there wasn't a rezoning subdivision going together. No fault to anybody, for sure.
If I can speak though, very plainly to it. If servicing is going to be an issue, I really think there was ample time to talk. There was an attempt from the trust point of view to talk, and we just didn't have that opportunity. So if we wanted to do a postmortem on what happened, I'm not sure what we can do, but we are still here willing to talk. And I think it's really important because it's very confusing if that's one of the reasons why there isn't support from RRPD. We didn't have that opportunity. This isn't about yourself, Mayor Hart, or any council, because you're right, that opportunity was foreclosed when the opportunity went in. But there certainly wasn't a lot of opportunity that we had after that where we could have conversations, and we did. So I, going forward, if we do have an opportunity to talk, I guess all I'm saying is that I'd like to have a little more clarity on how we're supposed to approach this to talk, because it's virtually impossible to have a conversation with yourself. That's all I want to say.
Once the application is submitted.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, after the application, pre-application, council meets regularly with developers.
Sorry.
Also,
Sorry, I wasn't direct. Yes, after it's submitted as far as council and yourself, it was from an administrative point of view that we continue to have those conversations, but it's hard to communicate with yourself over and over in the requesting of, can we have this conversation? So that didn't occur. And if we ever have the opportunity again, somehow I'd like to be able to have an opportunity to revisit how we go about actually talking to St. Paul from an administrative point of view.
right, and I think doing a bit of a postmortem is a worthwhile process, because it sometimes level sets the playing field where there might be some frustration or parties feeling like they weren't understood, whether it was your side or the RM side, where opportunities were tried for meetings, or what the process was. We don't know the background as council, but getting that sorted tends to help the relationship moving forward in whichever way that looks like. So that definitely will be something we'll undertake with our CAO. Yeah, Councillor DeBell.
Yeah, I think, well, leaving that subject alone, if I may. We've heard a lot of things tonight. And there is some very positive things that came out of the residents tonight. I think everyone, I should have wrote it down, but I believe every one of them admitted that they would like to see something developed on that property. Why is that important? Is because probably 25 years ago, if you'd have come forward, somebody came forward with a development for that piece of land, you would get opposition because they just want to leave it green. Residents wouldn't want anything going there. Like, I moved out here for the open fields and there it is, and I don't want anything on that. None of that came across tonight, which is excellent news for potential development. I think the problem also is, and you've heard it as well as you all did, is that while there's significant hurdles to overcome with sewer, water, and all these other things, yes, there are hurdles. But one hurdle that this proposal cannot overcome is the density issue, quite frankly. That is the number one issue. And there's lots of concerns over that. I don't have to get into it. You understand what it all is. And I'm kind of, speaking from your point of view, I just wonder, I have to wonder aloud why a proposal dealing with density now which is such a vast departure from what this community is currently. It is going to the most extreme you can get. Why was it so put forward so aggressively in increasing density? Was there some bad advice somewhere? I don't know, but it's a mistake.
I can understand aggressively in the sense, I'm trying to understand the nature of the question. Why was the application so dense?
Yes, yes, exactly. Because there's a big range from what you have here in East St. Paul to this proposal, a huge range. So that's what my thoughts.
Well, if I may, really the goal of the rezoning wasn't to set, as Michelle aptly said, once it's rezoned, there is certainly an opportunity to sit down, talk about caps, talk about where you're going. So it's very difficult to really say that there was an absolute goal in mind, in the sense of there was a number that we were adhering to. This was a process that we're going to follow. But the vision of this is a complete community that has a range of housing choices, and there would be multifamily, certainly not Tobacco Bay. If you're going to have a range of housing choices, you can't have all 25-foot lots. You can't have all 120-foot lots. There has to be a range. So it would not be genuine to say that in a complete community with a range of choices, you are going to have the types of houses that you would see on the tip of your mouth. There would be some townhouses, there would be some multifamily. So ultimately, that is what a vision of that site would be. And I don't know if it's bad advice. I just think it's, from a planning perspective, a complete community that gives a range of housing choices that allows people in their various lifestyles and their various points in their life to choose from accommodation that they may like, is certainly a planning principle that has been employed, built, and developed over and over and over again all across North America. So, and I guess I'd just state again, creation of an urban reserve process doesn't, density doesn't necessarily mean that in an urban reserve process that density is certainly excluded from that urban reserve. So certainly the trust, the goal is to make money like everyone else. We want to try and work with you, and
if I could just add, there's so many signals out there right now in terms of what the capital region is going to be looking like over the next 15, 20 years. And certainly I'm not suggesting that was something that should be taken into consideration being Plan 2050, but certainly you're starting to see that across the capital region is this type of development moving forward. And in addition to that, and I think this is quite well understood now, is there's an affordability issue. So the days of the ability to afford a house with a larger lot is becoming, a dream for lots of people. So that is just a perspective that I think helped inform, if I'm on the right track, getting tired.
Well, there was a very lengthy report from Stevenson that I guess identified those very things you're mentioning. Councillor Devlin?
Schools. Did you talk about schools? It is a hot topic and a big concern. Do you have an answer to that or any outlook for that?
Yeah, so as part of the application process, the application is circulated to the school division and I believe to the Public Schools Financing Board. I reached out to Jen and unfortunately we had not heard back from the school division as of yet. Now, when we looked at the application that was submitted previously for the other applicant of Ventura, the school division identified no concerns. Now, all of that being said, and certainly this is something that we discussed during the open houses, is an expectation that forms again part of the next part of the process, making sure that we're not creating a scenario where things are getting overwhelmed. So certainly the trust is prepared to work through that.
And lastly, a couple of people mentioned, and that probably has no bearing, but through public consultation, did you speak of ownership of 2/3 and 1/3? Because it came up several times with people in opposition. They were saying that the ownership is not there. So I'm sure it doesn't matter, but it's just, did that come up in public consultation?
Yeah.
It did in the first public open house, which the question was answered, which I find it very interesting. You can search land titles. Peguis Real Estate Trust owns this land. I'm not sure when it was stated in a public open house, it's part of the application, why that there is a disbelief in that and a continuing question. And I think it's a little bit disheartening why that would form a opposition to the application. Peguis is, and certainly this is mentioned, and maybe a lot of people haven't seen it this way. The real estate trust has truly tried to be pretty transparent. So it would be the farthest thing in anyone's mind why there would be any need to, misrepresent the holdings of the land. It just, but yeah, dealt with it, but it didn't seem to resonate with some people, but that part of it is a bit disheartening. But for the record, not sure how many times we have to say this for the record, is the Peguis First Nation Real Estate Trust owns the Meadows land.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to respond to a couple of things you said. We know all down Henderson Highway, there's lots of multifamily and more affordable. People in East St. Paul, like a lot of them stated, they left their starter home, their smaller home to move out here, to have a backyard so the kids can run around, to have a dog. And the houses in East St. Paul, that's the way, it's a unique community. They go for sale, they're sold in 2 days, 3 days, they're gone. Like anything that gets built's gone. Gateway Point's almost finished and they're all almost gone. Countryside is sold out, they're done. It's the people moving that want to raise larger families and have a bit of a backyard. And that's what East St. Paul is, as you've heard from all the people. And that's why they're saying the density, as Councillor DeVal was saying, it's not a fit for the community, but it doesn't mean that they're not against that land being done, like a Gateway Point or a Countryside, and then maybe have something else thrown in there, commercial in the front and that type of thing. That's why, like a Gateway Point, this density is probably 3 times the density before. So it is a drastic change of what we are. And I've been living in BC too, in Vancouver. There are areas like this also on the outskirts. They're the outskirts, the suburbs of the city. So there's a need. And you get the same tax dollars just about because they're paying a lot of, they're paying the $9,000, $10,000, $7,000 for taxes. So it's something that people look for. But I do understand, we are a growing province. They're stating a lot more people are coming in. There's housing needs.
If I could just respond to that interestingly, the concept of the word affordable is thrown around a lot. And I think probably everyone that participated in this public hearing tonight has their own definition of what is affordable housing. But, with the cost of housing today, a lot of these homes are on the single family side of them are going to be north of $625,000, $650,000. So not sure if that's affordable or not. But when you're at $600,000 to $800,000, $900,000 in homes, I think it just is what Michelle is referring to. There truly is, this is evolving and changing so rapidly. These aren't $250,000 homes in any way, shape, or form. So, it I think isn't maybe what some people perceive. And if I could just speak to density, And to your point about bigger cities, the density here I think there's some 3-story buildings, some 4-story buildings. I think the biggest are 2 5-story buildings, but the rest are 3 and 4 stories. Most of them envision exterior parking. So from a multifamily perspective, relatively muted density, and I'm not trying to justify this in any way, shape, or form, but what I think it's important is that we try and convey what potentially could be there, if it could be there. High rise, not considered in this context whatsoever. Certainly there is, in the zoning application though, there is a maximum of 75 feet. But again, that doesn't mean we could build to 75 feet, I guess. But again, in the subdivision process, there's an ability to actually talk this through and work through that whole situation. So I think whatever anyone's definition of affordable is, 600,000 plus homes probably aren't affordable. And I'm not sure what all the other price points are in East St. Paul, but I think there is a lot of market demand for a complete community. So just some, certainly not a rebuttal, just some comments about potentially a vision going forward.
All right. Looks like that's the end of the questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Before we close the public hearing, if that's council's wish, I have 2 people that asked that we get back to them after the applicant spoke again to determine whether or not they wanted to stay, both for information. So I'm going to do that now. And this one is Lawrence Morris.
So I did ask why, or if they had an environmental study done on it. Never answered it. Why I asked is that land, it was about 1996 or 97, when we had all that snowfall, it was underwater. And water had to go through Richard Farm Estates. Their retention ponds couldn't hold the water. There was walkout basements. We had to sandbag to protect the homes. So without doing the environmental assessment, we don't know what's going to happen downstream, you know, with this water coming from the east side of the 59 highway. And it also takes in Springfield water. I remember one year we had to actually call the fire department out, break the road that's Great Rush lives on. We had to pump out all the ditches in there to save those homes. So, you know, without environmental assessments, you don't know what's going to happen. So we want to sort of pinch it in the bud right now and have all these things answered, you know, school questions and traffic and everything else. And that's where, you know, even the groundwater, that's where the environmental assessment comes into. So with that, without having the answer tonight, I'm going to have to put my name down as against.
What?
Against.
Against, in opposition?
Yes.
Okay. I'll put it there. And the second individual was online. This is David and Katie Racine of Bricker.
Oh,
Hello, thanks for
Hey, Gary.
staying with us.
no problem. So one of the questions that we asked her was if zoning was rejected, would trust and developers revisit and resubmit for another rezoning application? I don't believe I heard that answer. But we will be changing our stance to opposed.
Okay, is that the same for Katie?
Yes.
Is she still there? Could I have her?
No, she's gone to bed.
Well, you know what? I can move you to opposed, but without Katie telling me that, I don't think I can move her, but I'd be happy to move you there, David.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Right, the first order of business is to ask council if they're prepared to close the public hearing on this matter. Is any further information? Anybody contemplates needing?
Close.
Okay. All right, I'm not sure I've got.
Oh, no, if you want to close.
Okay, all right.
Fine.
Wasn't getting a sense from some people that, no, that's okay, it's late. Okay, go ahead, Jennifer.
Be it resolved that council close the public hearing of council for file number BL 2021-14 2511 McGregor Farm Road.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Duval and Devlin, discussion? All in favor? It's carried and the public hearing is closed. Now, council. Let's go ahead.
A lot of information tonight. Some of it Brian knew that didn't come up till tonight. We have some questions, but they were addressed by Andrew and Michelle before. So because of all this information, I would like to table the resolution for now, just so I can absorb all this information before making this decision.
Rest of council,
I'm fine.
Councillor Devlin.
I can support Councillor Horachko. I don't think that we should move forward. It's a big application for East St. Paul. And I think that we need to be sure of our decision. So I think taking time to think it over is not a bad decision.
Yeah, I'll agree with council on that. I believe we have a meeting coming up this weekend. We could table our decision. You don't want to keep them hanging for a long time. So maybe we could do it later in the week or whatever. And yeah, it's late and we've got a lot of new stuff and a lot of stuff. So I agree with it then.
No, I'm fine with it, but I agree with Councillor Postumus that the applicant deserves a decision sooner rather than later.
Yes. I'm very glad.
So how much time does council need?
Well, I know we have
Do we not have a planning meeting tomorrow?
we do.
We have a council meeting tomorrow.
Council meeting, sorry, council meeting.
Is a day enough? Is overnight enough?
Gives me enough time to do some more reading.
Typically what happens, we don't table things very often. But typically what happens when we table it to think about something, you do all your thinking in the following day and then nothing more until the scheduled date comes along. Maybe that's just me, but that's kind of the way I find it goes. A little bit of time, yes, but we don't need a lot of time.
So just out of interest, if we tabled it to tomorrow's meeting and let's say someone's still not ready, can you table a meeting? Can you table it again?
Yes.
If that's possible? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so is council agreed then? We'll table it till at least tomorrow? Okay, council meeting for 5 tomorrow then?
5:30 tomorrow.
We'll have to add it to the agenda because it's not on by consent.
We'll add that.
All right. So with that, we also received emails right at the beginning of the meeting, and we received another 18 emails. I guess that came in very late, so it gives a chance to be able to go over those. Not sure we'll hear anything new, but still, I'd like to have that opportunity. So this was the only item, bylaws, second and third reading. We won't be doing that since we're deferring it to tomorrow, so we just have adjournment.
Adjournment.
Okay.
Be it resolved that the meeting be adjourned, the time being 11:10 PM.
Moved by Horachko, seconded by Stumas, all in favor? It's carried and the meeting is closed. Thank you, everybody, for being here.